August 1958. A bulldozer operator named Jerry Crew stares at a track that shouldn't exist. He mixes plaster. A local newspaper prints a story. And a word, Bigfoot, explodes into the American consciousness, branding a being that native cultures had known for centuries. But the legend was already waiting. It had a name, Sasquatch. It had thousands of witnesses. And then, it had a film. 59 seconds of grainy, staggering footage that would divide the world into believers and skeptics forever. Science enters the forest. All hair samples yield only known animals. Eerie vocalizations are recorded in the Sierra night, defy also known species. A wildlife biologist calculates the vast, silent territory a hidden population would need to survive. Hoaxers make countless wooden feet and costumes, the multi-million-dollar industry built on wanting to believe. Our own minds, wired to see monsters in the shadows, become prime suspects. Why does this creature, above all others, refuse to be captured, not by a camera, but by our understanding? Before we search the wilderness, we must first dissect the legend. The forest has always held secrets. It is a place of shadows and sudden silences, where the known world gives way to something older, something that watches from just beyond the edge of sight. For as long as humans have walked these woods, stories have walked with them. Tales whispered around campfires, passed down through generations, of a presence in the deep timber. A figure, immense and silent, that moves on two legs but is not a man. These stories are ancient, woven into the land itself. But in the middle of the 20th century, in the damp, redwood-scented air of Northern California, a single word would be stamped onto these old whispers. A word born not from legend, but from a plaster cast and a newspaper deadline. That word was Bigfoot. And with it, a modern mystery was born. The story begins not with a sighting, but with a track. In the late summer of 1958, a construction crew was carving a logging road through the steep, remote drainage of Bluff Creek in Humboldt County, California. The work was loud and dirty, the heavy bulldozers churning the wet earth into deep, chocolate-brown mud. One morning, a quiet, reliable heavy equipment operator named Jerry Crew arrived at the site. What he found stopped him cold. Around the parked machinery, pressed deep into the soft ground, was a line of footprints. They were enormous, clearly bipedal, and they led off into the thick timber. Crew was a practical man, not given to fantasy. He measured the prints. They were 16 inches long and over 6 inches wide. The stride was immense. Someone, or something, with feet larger than any man's, had walked through the worksite in the night. Jerry Crew did something decisive. On his next trip to town, he bought a bag of plaster of Paris. Returning to Bluff Creek, he carefully poured the plaster into one of the clearest impressions. He let it set, lifted the hardened cast, and carried this tangible, weighty evidence out of the woods. He showed it to his wife, and to his boss. It was his wife, according to the accounts that would soon follow, who looked at the massive plaster form and gave it a name. She called it Bigfoot. The local newspaper, the Humboldt Times, got wind of the story. On October 5, 1958, they ran a front-page article with a now iconic photograph, Jerry Crew, in his denim jacket and cap, holding the plaster cast with both hands, a look of sober concern on his face. The headline read, "Giant Footprints Puzzle Residents." The wire services picked it up. Within days, the image of Crew and his cast was in newspapers across America. A local oddity had become a national sensation. The story landed in America primed for it. The post-war era was a time of profound technological change and deep cultural anxiety. The Cold War cast a shadow of the unknown, of hidden threats and unimaginable powers. Science fiction films flourished, depicting monsters awakened by atomic tests or aliens lurking in the suburbs. At the same time, a new, more sensationalist brand of journalism was rising, eager for stories that were visceral, thrilling, and just beyond the reach of easy disproof. The Bigfoot report was perfect. It was not a fuzzy photo of a flying saucer from a distant desert. It was a physical object, a plaster cast of a footprint, from a working-class man in the heart of the timber industry. It was grounded, literally, in the mud of a real place. It spoke to a primal fear of the wild places at the edge of our civilization. The story offered a mystery that was simple to grasp, but impossible to immediately resolve. It fit the moment perfectly. What the newspapers did not report, and what would remain hidden for decades, was a crucial complication. Jerry Crew's employer on that road construction project was a man named Ray Wallace. Wallace was a character, a storyteller and a prankster who loved a good joke. Years later, after Wallace's death in 2002, his own family came forward with a startling revelation. They produced carved wooden feet, crude but massive, and claimed that Ray had used them to create fake tracks around the Bluff Creek site as a practical joke. According to his family, the hoax had simply gotten out of hand when Crew took it seriously and called the newspaper. This confession seemed, for a time, to slam the door on the 1958 case, yet the story is not so clean. The plaster cast Jerry Crew made, the one that started it all, predates the specific wooden feet Wallace's family produced. Furthermore, that original cast shows intriguing detail, fine lines and patterns that some researchers argue are dermal ridges, the skin patterns akin to fingerprints on a primate's foot. This detail is hotly contested. Skeptics see soil cracks or artifacts of the casting process. Believers see biological realism impossible for a prankster to fake in 1958. Ray Wallace's hoax undoubtedly seeded a modern wave of attention, but it may not explain the very first piece of evidence that bore the name Bigfoot. The 1958 media event did not create the creature. It created the name, the modern archetype, and the media template. For centuries before Jerry Crew bought his plaster of Paris, dozens of indigenous nations across the continent had maintained their own deep, complex traditions of large, powerful, forest-dwelling beings. From the Holcomelem-speaking peoples of the Pacific Northwest coast, who spoke of the Sasquatch, to the Lakota on the Great Plains who knew of Chietanka, the big elder brother. These narratives were woven into language, ceremony, and the understanding of the natural world. These were not tabloid monsters. They were often spiritual entities, boundary keepers, or moral figures in a community's relationship with the wilderness. They existed in a specific cultural and ecological context, long before the word Bigfoot was ever printed. The newspaper story of 1958 took these disparate, ancient threads and bundled them into a single, marketable mystery for a modern, predominantly white American audience. It repackaged a deep cultural presence as a front-page sensation. This act of repackaging established the central tension that has defined the search for Sasquatch ever since. On one side lies a profound, ancient, and geographically widespread body of tradition that speaks of a being in the woods. On the other lies a modern phenomenon ignited by a media event that was, at least in part, seeded by a hoax. These two streams, the deep cultural river and the flash flood of tabloid fame, have flowed together into a single, muddy channel. They have distorted both the scientific conversation and the cultural one. The scientific community, seeing the carnival atmosphere and the hoaxes, has largely dismissed the subject as folklore or fraud. Meanwhile, the rich, nuanced indigenous traditions are often overlooked or crudely appropriated to bolster the modern legend. The creature, whatever its reality, became trapped between ridicule and reverence, between a punchline and a profound mystery. The name Bigfoot gave it a shape the modern world could talk about, but in doing so it may have obscured far more than it revealed. We are left, then, with a paradox born in the mud of Bluff Creek. A single plaster cast launched 1,000 expeditions, filled countless books, and spawned an entire industry of belief and skepticism. It gave us a vocabulary, but it may have stolen a deeper understanding. To truly grapple with the mystery, we must step back from the footprint and the headline. We must listen to the stories that were there long before the bulldozers arrived. Stories that were not about a foot, but about a being, a presence, a part of the living world. The name Bigfoot is only the beginning of the story. To understand what might linger in the deep forest, we must first journey back to a time before the name. The search for a biological creature would demand evidence, footprints, hair, film, DNA. But the search for the meaning of Sasquatch demands a different kind of inquiry. It requires us to separate the ancient narrative from the modern noise, to hear the old stories on their own terms. For if the figure in the woods is real, it has been known by many names, and its story is far older than the one that broke in October of 1958. The modern hunt began with a cast of plaster. But the story itself begins with the first people to ever walk into these shadows, and feel that they were not alone. The legacy of that autumn in 1958 is a tangled one. Jerry Crew, a man simply trying to do his job, found himself at the center of a storm he never sought. His cast, still preserved, remains a physical anchor for the debate, an artifact that is either the first tangible clue to an unknown primate or the unwitting product of a co-worker's joke that spiraled beyond control. Ray Wallace, the prankster, became a reluctant and posthumous myth killer, though his confession cannot explain every strange track found in the decades since. The newspapermen who splashed the story across the front page tapped into a vein of wonder and fear that was already there, waiting. They crafted a framework for the mystery that was commercial, simple, and built for mass consumption. In doing so, they inadvertently built a wall between the creature of modern legend and the being of ancient tradition. To scale that wall, we must turn away from the cleared logging roads and the plaster, and toward the older paths and the older words. We must listen to the stories that were told when these forests were whole, stories that speak not of a foot, but of a neighbor in the twilight world between the village and the wild. Long before a name was coined, before plaster was poured into a footprint, the forests held a different kind of presence. It was not a monster, not a missing link, not a subject for debate. It was a fact of the land, woven into the stories told by firelight, a being known in the bones of the people who lived here for millennia. This is a story that begins not with a sighting, but with a word carried on the wind through ancient cedar boughs, a word that held within it an entire way of seeing the world. That word is Sasquatch. It comes from the Hoax languages spoken by peoples across what is now southwestern British Columbia. To anglicize it as Sasquatch is to flatten its sound, but the essence remains. Sasquatch describe not a singular monster, but a class of beings. They were large, powerfully built, and covered in hair. They moved through the dense rainforests and along the riverbanks, places of immense power and provision. They were not merely animals, they were intertwined with the spiritual fabric of the land, possessing their own agency and a connection to the forces that governed the natural world. For generations, these narratives were part of an oral tradition, shared within communities, shaping understanding of the boundaries between the village and the deep woods. The journey of this word from Indigenous oral tradition into the English lexicon has a specific origin point. In 1929, a Canadian Indian agent named J.W. Burns published an article in Maclean's magazine titled Introducing BC's Hairy Giants. Burns had collected stories from several First Nations individuals, compiling and translating accounts of these forest beings. It was Burns who standardized the anglicized spelling Sasquatch. His article presented the figure to a national audience hungry for tales of the exotic and the wild. In that moment, a complex, place-based understanding began its transformation into a singular, sensational character. The word was now loose in the world, ready to be filled with new meanings by a culture that saw the wilderness as something to be conquered, not conversed with. But to assume Sasquatch is simply an older name for Bigfoot is to make a profound error. Across the vastness of North America, indigenous traditions speak of many such beings, each distinct, each rooted in the specific ecology and cosmology of its people. For the East Sales Nation, whose territory lies along the Harrison River in British Columbia, Sasquatch is a spiritual being, a protector of the land. Discussing it requires respect, protocol, and an understanding of its role within a living cultural framework. To the north, the Lummi people speak of the Tsemiques, a similar but distinct forest being. On the Great Plains, the Lakota tradition tells of Chietanka, the big elder brother, a giant of the woods. In the northeast, the Iroquois narratives include the stone giants, ancient and formidable beings of stone. These are not interchangeable. A Tsemiques is not a Chietanka. A stone giant narrative serves a different cultural purpose than a Sasquatch story. To collapse them all into a single, generic Bigfoot is an act of erasure. It strips them of their context, turning nuanced spiritual figures or moral characters into a uniform cryptid, a biological puzzle to be solved. Some stories are indeed about encounters with physical beings. Others are cautionary tales, teaching about the dangers of wandering too far alone or violating social taboos. Others are deeply sacred, connected to origin stories and the nature of power itself. The modern search for a flesh and blood primate often misses this entirely, listening for footsteps when the tradition is speaking in metaphor, morality, and meaning. This is where the work of scholars like folklorist Wayne Suttles becomes essential. Writing in the 1970s, Suttles studied the Coast Salish peoples of the Pacific Northwest. He argued that the Sasquatch tradition functioned as a powerful social boundary marker. The wild man of the woods represented the ultimate outsider, a being that had chosen to live beyond the rules, the warmth, and the responsibilities of human community. It was the embodiment of antisocial behavior taken to its natural conclusion, a solitary, feral existence. In this interpretation, the reality of the creature is irrelevant to its cultural function. The story itself does the work. It reinforces what it means to be human, to be part of a community, by showing the spectral figure of what lies outside it. The being serves as a mirror, reflecting back the values of the society that imagines it. Is it a dangerous predator, a gentle giant, a trickster, or a teacher? The answer varies because the communities themselves varied. For some, encountering such a being was an omen. For others, it was a test. For others still, it was a reminder that not all intelligence walks on two legs in a village. This rich tapestry of meaning stands in stark contrast to the binary question that would come to dominate the 20th century: is it real or not? That question, while central to the modern mythos, often tramples over the subtler, older questions. What does it mean? What can it teach us? What boundary does it guard? Engaging with these traditions today requires a fundamental ethic of respect. Throughout the production of this documentary, we consulted with Indigenous knowledge holders and cultural liaisons from several nations. A consistent and vital request was made: certain ceremonial or sacred dimensions of their traditions were not for public broadcast. These were not secrets to be hoarded, but protected knowledge, crucial to cultural vitality and sovereignty. This documentary honors those requests without exception. What you will see and hear from Indigenous contributors is what they have chosen to share publicly, on their own terms. Every interview participant reviewed their own segment, ensuring their words and their community's representations were accurate and consented to. This ethical stance is not merely a production footnote. It is central to understanding the gap between ancient tradition and modern appropriation. For the stories of Sasquatch and beings like it belong to specific peoples. They are part of a living heritage. Yet, the modern Bigfoot industry rarely acknowledges this. It appropriates freely. It sells t-shirts and mugs adorned with stereotypical tribal imagery. Television shows use ominous drum beats and generic native motifs to set a mood. Towns build tourism economies around the legend, without engaging the very nations from whom the core concept originated. This is done most often without consent, without attribution, and certainly without revenue sharing. The appropriation is a form of cultural noise. It drowns out the authentic, nuanced voices with a commercialized drone. It turns profound spiritual concepts into kitsch, and in doing so, it makes it harder for the original traditions to be heard on their own terms. When a Lummi elder speaks of the Tsemeques, they are not contributing data to a cryptozoological database. They are sharing a piece of their world. When that story is then stripped of its context and sold as a souvenir, something vital is lost. The being becomes a cartoon, and the people connected to it become part of the backdrop for someone else's adventure. This chapter, then, is a necessary correction of the lens. Before we can examine what people think they see in the woods today, we must understand what their ancestors knew was there. The forest was not an empty space waiting for a mystery to be discovered. It was already full of names, stories, and beings that defined its character. The wild man was not an intruder in the wilderness, he was an expression of it. He was a lesson carved from shadow and leaf. The contemporary search for Bigfoot often operates as if this history does not exist, as if the story began in 1958 with a plaster cast in a newspaper. But the ground was already deeply imprinted, not just with possible footprints, but with millennia of meaning. That meaning is not a problem to be solved, it is a perspective to be acknowledged. It asks us to consider that a thing can be real in more ways than one. A story can be true without being factual. A being can exist powerfully in the imagination of a culture, shaping behavior and belief, without ever leaving a bone for a scientist to catalogue. To dismiss this as mere folklore is to profoundly misunderstand how humans have always navigated a complex, animate world. The traditions provide a map to a territory that modern cartography cannot chart, a map of moral boundaries, of spiritual geography, of the relationship between the community and the unknown that presses in from the tree line. The journey of the word Sasquatch from a Hall-Camelum concept to a global pop culture icon is a case study in how stories transform when they change hands. What was once a specific, localized understanding became a blank screen upon which any culture could project its own fears, hopes, and commercial ambitions. The being was secularized, biologized, and commodified. Yet, in its original communities, the older understanding persists, quieter but no less potent. It exists in the respectful silence around certain topics, in the stories still told to children with a purpose, in the continued recognition of the forest as a place inhabited by more than just trees and game. As we turn now from the deep time of tradition to the immediate present of eyewitness accounts, we carry this context with us. The next chapter will delve into the anatomy of a sighting, the sudden, shocking moments that define the modern Bigfoot experience. We will hear from people who, with no prior knowledge of these ancient narratives, stepped into the forest and encountered something that shattered their understanding of reality. Their reports are raw, visceral, and framed entirely within the language of zoology and personal trauma. They speak of primates, not protectors, of specimens, not spirits. This collision of frameworks, the ancient, culturally embedded being and the modern biological mystery, is where the true confusion lies. The forest has not changed, but the people walking into it, and the stories they carry in their heads, could not be more different. The witness is now alone with their experience, armed only with a camera phone and a vocabulary shaped by television documentaries, trying to describe an echo of something far older than a name. In the quiet that follows a story, after the headlines fade and the arguments settle into familiar grooves, something else remains. It is not a footprint in plaster, nor a frame of grainy film. It is a memory, etched into a human mind with the vivid, unsettling clarity of a lightning strike. It is the moment a person walks into the forest as they have 100 times before, and walks out knowing, with a certainty that feels physical, that they are not alone. This is the raw material of the mystery, not the legend, not the hoax, but the lived experience of the sighting itself. To understand the pursuit of Sasquatch, we must first listen to what people say they saw, in their own words, and then we must understand the fragile, brilliant, and fallible instrument through which they saw it, the human mind. The collective record of these moments is vast. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization maintains one of the largest databases of its kind, a digital archive containing over 5,000 individual reports from across the continent. Each entry is a story, a point of data placed on a map. When independent analysts examine this map, patterns emerge not of randomness, but of distinct clustering. The pins gather most densely in three great forested corridors: the deep, wet woods of the Pacific Northwest, the ancient, rumpled mountains of Appalachia, and the mixed hardwood forests surrounding the Great Lakes. These are not just places of legend. They are regions with the highest density of large mammal habitat in North America, and they are also the playgrounds for millions of hikers, hunters, and campers. The geography of the sightings mirrors the geography of where humans most frequently venture into the wild, and where large animals, known animals, most certainly live. This correlation is the first, crucial piece of context. The reports flow from the intersections between human pathways and deep wilderness. Within this data, the primary form of evidence is human speech, the eyewitness account. It is the foundation upon which almost all other investigation is built. And it is a category of evidence that has been studied, deconstructed, and understood more thoroughly by cognitive science than by any cryptid researcher. The work of psychologists like Elizabeth Loftus has demonstrated that human memory is not a video recording. It is a reconstruction. We do not retrieve a perfect file. We rebuild the event each time we recall it, using pieces of sensory information, emotion, and, critically, information we encountered after the fact. This process is vulnerable. Under the stress of a sudden, frightening encounter, the brain prioritizes survival, not detail. Later, when a witness reads a description of Sasquatch or talks to an enthusiastic researcher, that new information can seamlessly integrate into the original memory, altering it in subtle but profound ways. This is not lying. It is how every human memory works. The witness is not fabricating an experience. They are, with absolute sincerity, constructing the memory of one. To hear these accounts at their source, we spoke with three people who have never met, who live in different landscapes, and who carried their stories quietly for years. The first is a retired wildlife biologist from Oregon. In the autumn of 1997, she was conducting a routine elk population survey in a remote drainage of the Cascade Mountains. Moving silently through a stand of old-growth hemlock, she stopped to adjust her binoculars. When she looked up, she was no longer alone. At a distance she estimated at 30 yards, a large, powerfully built figure stood upright, partially obscured by vine maple. It was covered in dark, reddish-brown hair. It turned its head, looked directly at her for what she says felt like an eternity, but was likely 3 or 4 seconds, then stepped behind a massive fallen log and was gone. She has a graduate degree in mammalogy. She has spent a lifetime identifying animals at distance, in poor light, in dense cover. She told no one in her professional circle, filing the report only decades later to an anonymous database. Her training told her what she saw was impossible. Her memory tells us she saw it. Our second witness is a long-haul trucker from rural Ohio. His encounter was not in deep wilderness, but on the edge of it. In the early hours of a morning in 2011, he was driving an empty stretch of state highway near the Wayne National Forest. His headlights carved a tunnel through the darkness. Something emerged from the tree line on the right and crossed the road in 3 long, loping strides. He describes it in the precise, mechanical terms of someone who watches the world move past a windshield for a living. It was tall, he says, easily 7 feet, its arms swung in a pronounced arc, the opposite arm driving forward with each step. It never broke its stride, never looked toward the truck, and vanished into the woods on the other side. He pulled over, his hands shaking. He called no police, reported nothing. He simply sat in the silence of the cab, replaying those 3 seconds on a loop, trying to reconcile the fluid, powerful gait he witnessed with any animal he knew. The third voice is that of a park ranger from the Great Smoky Mountains. A former skeptic, she viewed Bigfoot reports as folklore or misidentification. That changed on a damp afternoon in 2018. She was hiking off-trail to check a remote weather station when a smell stopped her, a heavy, musky odor she compared to a wet dog mixed with decaying leaves. Then, from a thicket of rhododendron less than 50 feet away, she heard a deep, guttural exhale, followed by the sound of something large moving away, breaking branches with a force no deer or bear would use. She saw nothing but shaking foliage. Yet the combination of the sound, the smell, and the sheer physicality of the departure left her with a conviction that defied her skepticism. When she tentatively mentioned the incident to a colleague, the reaction was a quick, awkward change of subject. She learned firsthand the social cost of reporting. Her professional identity as a rational, science-based land manager was suddenly in tension with a personal experience she could not explain. Each of these accounts was collected using a specific, trauma-informed protocol. The interviewer asked no leading questions. They never used the word Bigfoot. They simply asked the witness to describe, in their own time, what happened. They were asked to recall the scene, the weather, what they were doing, what they saw, heard, and smelled, in that order. Only after this free recall were specific, neutral clarifications sought. The goal was to minimize contamination, to capture the memory as it resides now, with all its original power and potential distortion intact. Following these interviews, our team traveled to each location. We went at the same time of year, at the same time of day. We brought the witnesses back when they were willing and walked the ground with them. The reconstructions were not about proving or disproving, they were about measuring. In Oregon, we laser measured the distance from the biologist's remembered position to the fallen log. Her estimate of 30 yards was, in fact, 67. In Ohio, we drove the same truck model along that highway at 2 a.m., with a person of known height walking the reported crossing path. At the speed the trucker was traveling, the viewing window for a crossing figure was under 2 seconds. In Tennessee, we documented the density of the rhododendron thicket. Visibility into it from the ranger's position was less than 10 feet. The light conditions were also tested. The Oregon encounter happened under a dense canopy on an overcast afternoon. The available light was equivalent to deep twilight. The Ohio crossing occurred in near total darkness, illuminated solely by headlights that would have left the figure as a stark, backlit silhouette. These findings are not accusations of error. They are documentation of the universal human condition under stress. The underestimation of distance is a classic perceptual compression in frightening encounters. The brief viewing window in Ohio is a function of physics. The limited visibility in Tennessee is a fact of botany. What the reconstructions reveal is that, in each case, the conditions reported, the distances, the light, the time available for observation, made positive species identification of a large, unknown mammal extraordinarily difficult even for a trained observer. This does not mean these witnesses saw nothing. They clearly saw something. A bear standing on its hind legs in dim light, at 67 yards, can match the general silhouette. An elk crossing a road in the sweep of headlights can create an impression of impossible height and strange proportion. The sound and smell of a startled hidden bear in a thicket is a potent sensory event. The evidence of the experience is real. The evidence for the specific conclusion, a large bipedal primate unknown to science, does not and cannot reach the threshold required for confirmation from these conditions alone. The value of these accounts, then, lies not in their power as proof, but in their honesty as human documents. They map a territory of experience where perception, emotion, and expectation intersect. They show us where people are looking and what they believe they are finding. The retired biologist grapples with the conflict between her trained eye and her memory. The trucker is haunted by a few seconds of biomechanics that felt alien. The park ranger lives with the dissonance between her empirical worldview and a sensory event that defied it. Their stories are the bedrock of the mystery. But to build a framework of understanding upon that bedrock, we must move from the subjective to the objective. We must ask what science, with its demands for testable hypotheses and reproducible evidence, requires to transform 1,000 compelling stories into a single, verified fact. The journey from the forest clearing to the laboratory is long, and it begins with a simple, demanding question: what would count as proof? The forest holds its stories close. They are told in the rustle of leaves that might be a branch or might be a footfall, in the distant snap of a twig that could be a deer or something else entirely. For centuries, people have walked out of these woods with accounts that defy easy explanation. They speak of a shape in the shadows, a silhouette against the trees, a presence felt more than seen. These are the raw materials of a mystery, but a story, no matter how compelling, is not proof. It is a beginning. To move from anecdote to evidence, from campfire tale to credible claim, requires a framework. It demands a set of tools not for believing, but for testing. This is the threshold where folklore meets the scientific method. The journey from here is not about what we want to be true, but about what the evidence, rigorously examined, can actually demonstrate. We begin by establishing that framework. From this point forward, every piece of evidence presented in this investigation will be evaluated against the same 5 criteria. The first is provenance. Where did this object, this photograph, this recording come from? Can we trace its history from the moment of discovery to the moment of analysis with unbroken custody? A cast of a footprint is just a piece of plaster without a documented chain of custody. A hair sample is biologically meaningless if it spent weeks in a plastic bag in a car trunk, exposed to contamination. Provenance is the foundation of credibility. The second criterion is reproducibility. Can the result be independently replicated? If a particular type of footprint is claimed to be from an unknown primate, can other researchers go to similar terrain and find the same tracks? Can a sound recording be captured again under controlled observation? Science advances through verification, not through singular, unrepeatable events. Third is independent corroboration. Does more than one line of evidence point to the same conclusion? Does a footprint in one location correspond to a vocalization recorded miles away? Does a blurry photograph align with a credible eyewitness description from a different decade and region? A single thread of evidence is fragile. Multiple threads, woven together from independent sources, create a stronger cord. The fourth criterion is falsifiability. This is a cornerstone of the scientific method. What would have to be true for this claim to be wrong? A hypothesis that cannot be tested, that cannot be proven false, resides in the realm of faith, not science. The claim of a large, unknown primate is falsifiable. Finding one would confirm it. A comprehensive, systematic search of its alleged habitat that finds nothing begins to falsify it. The final filter is the consideration of alternative explanations. What is the simplest interpretation consistent with all the available data? When we hear a strange sound in the night, Is it more likely to be an unknown primate, or a known animal like a fox or a bobcat vocalizing in an unusual context? This principle, often called Occam's razor, is not about denying mystery. It is about prioritizing explanations that require the fewest unsupported assumptions. This framework is not a dismissal, it is an invitation to scrutiny. Few understood this distinction better than the late wildlife biologist Dr. John Bindernagel. For decades, until his death in 2018, Bindernagel was a singular figure. A trained conservation ecologist who had worked on multiple continents, he argued passionately that the Sasquatch hypothesis deserved serious biological investigation. He did not begin as a believer, but as a scientist, puzzled by consistent reports from credible observers, forestry workers, hunters, biologists like himself. His argument was not that the creature definitively existed, but that science had failed in its duty by dismissing the possibility without proper examination. He traveled to sighting locations, collected footprint casts, and interviewed witnesses with the methodology of a field biologist. He published his arguments in books aimed at both the public and his scientific peers. Bindernagel's career stands as an instructive counterpoint. He represented the possibility of a middle path, one of open-minded, methodical inquiry. The skeptical response to Bindernagel's plea is articulated not by cynicism, but by the established norms of evidence. A primatologist working with known great apes outlines the position clearly. The burden of proof, she explains, rests with the extraordinary claim. It is not science's job to disprove the existence of something. The standard of evidence for a new species of large mammal, particularly a hominid in a continent where none are known to have existed for millions of years, is necessarily high. That standard includes a type specimen, a physical holotype that can be measured, dissected, and compared. It includes a fossil record that traces the species' evolutionary lineage. It includes reproducible physical evidence like hair, scat, or bones that yield consistent genetic results. The absence of such evidence, after 65 years of intense public interest and active searching, is not a neutral fact. It is, itself, a significant data point. Science operates on a preponderance of evidence, and thus far, the scale remains empty. To understand the weight of that absence, we turn to the field of zooarchaeology, and to the work of primatologist and biological anthropologist Dr. Jane Buikstra. Her framework is built on a simple, powerful premise: animals leave traces. A population of large, long-lived primates does not move through a landscape like a ghost. It leaves a predictable material signature. Bones and teeth are the most durable. But the signature also includes hair caught on bark, distinctive scat deposited on trails, feeding sites with broken branches and stripped vegetation, and nesting structures for sleeping. For a solitary, cryptic animal, some of these signs might be rare. But for a viable population, spread across a vast territory over generations, these traces accumulate. They become part of the ecological and archaeological record. The larger the animal, the more durable and numerous these signatures become. A bear's skull is found. A moose's antler is uncovered. A population of large hominids existing in North America for any significant period would be expected to leave a similar trail of physical evidence. The fossil and subfossil record of North America is rich and well studied. It contains mammoths, saber-tooths, giant ground sloths, and the ancestors of every large mammal. To date, it contains no hominid remains that cannot be identified as Homo sapiens. The question of a population leads to a critical ecological concept: the minimum viable population. This is the smallest number of breeding individuals required for a species to survive long-term without succumbing to inbreeding depression and genetic collapse. For a large, slow-reproducing primate, analogous to a gorilla or an orangutan, population geneticists estimate this number to be at least 500 individuals, and likely several thousand. This is not a casual guess. It is a mathematical model based on genetics, birth rates, and mortality. A population of this size, distributed across a range large enough to support it, becomes a statistical entity. It would produce a predictable number of encounters with humans, a predictable number of road crossings, a predictable rate of mortality from disease, injury, or old age. Even a highly elusive animal cannot defy these demographic realities. Its members would die, and their bodies would remain. They would be found by hikers, hunters, foresters, and wildlife biologists. They would appear on the millions of trail cameras deployed across North American forests. The math creates an expectation of evidence density. The consistent, continent-wide absence of that evidence is a puzzle that the biological hypothesis must solve. We are left, then, with a landscape of stories set against a framework of material expectation. The stories are vivid, personal, and often deeply felt. The framework is cold, numerical, and unforgiving. Bridging this gap requires more than passion. It requires a method that respects both the human experience and the rigor of evidence. For the remainder of this investigation, we will apply our 5-point rubric systematically. We will treat each category of evidence, the film, the footprints, the hair samples, the audio recordings, with the same disciplined approach. The goal is not to prejudge, but to evaluate. To understand not just what is claimed, but how well those claims stand up to scrutiny. This rubric will be our guide, a constant reference point as we navigate the complex terrain of this mystery. The framework is now established. The criteria are clear. Provenance, reproducibility, independent corroboration, falsifiability, and alternative explanations. These are the tools we will use to examine the evidence. And no piece of evidence in the Sasquatch canon is more famous, more debated, or more pivotal than a 59-second strip of film shot in a remote Northern California creek bed in the autumn of 1967. It is a piece of evidence with a clear provenance, a moment frozen in time that has spawned decades of analysis and argument. It is a singular artifact that claims to show what thousands have only described. It sits at the precise intersection of myth and possible reality. To understand the modern search for Sasquatch, one must understand the Patterson-Gimlin film. The story of that film begins with two men on horseback, riding into the same drainage where the Bigfoot story first captured national headlines. Roger Patterson was a man obsessed, already an author on the subject, determined to find proof. Bob Gimlin was a friend, a skeptic along for the ride. On October 20, 1967, their horses spooked. What they saw next would become the most analysed piece of cryptozoological footage in history. The film they shot is not just a blurry image. It is a sequence of motion, a study in gait and musculature, a subject that turns and looks toward. It presents a specific, testable claim that a large, bipedal, hair-covered primate was present at Bluff Creek. The film's provenance is well documented. Its reproducibility is zero. No one has ever replicated it. The search for independent corroboration around that specific event has consumed researchers for half a century. The film is eminently falsifiable. If it can be proven to be a man in a suit, the claim collapses. And the alternative explanation, an elaborate hoax, has been the primary counter-narrative from day one. Bob Gimlin, now in his late 80s, has maintained a consistent account for over 5 decades. He has described the smell of the creature, a pungent, musky odor that hit them before they saw it. He has detailed the panic of the horses, the fumble for. He has never recanted his story, and notably, he has never profited substantially from the film's notoriety, a fact that complicates simple narratives of financial motive. His steadfastness adds a human dimension to the celluloid. But human testimony, however sincere, is one line of evidence. The film itself must be subjected to the framework. It must survive the scrutiny of biomechanists who study gait, of special effects, artists who understand costuming, of forensic analysts who examine every pixel and artifact. The film exists in a realm between art and artifact. It is a cinematic moment that demands a scientific verdict. The analysis of the Patterson-Gimlin film is a microcosm of the entire Sasquatch debate. In the early 1970s, biomechanist D.W. Grieve of the Royal Free Hospital School of Medicine published a paper. He concluded the gait was non-human, but with a critical caveat: his analysis depended entirely on the film's frame rate. At 16 frames per second, the motion fell within the possible range of a human walking awkwardly. At 18 frames per second, it did not. This single, technical uncertainty has fueled endless debate. Later analysts, using digital enhancement, have pointed to the muscle movement under the hair, the swing of the arms, the flex of the foot. They argue these details would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to fabricate with 1967 costume technology. Skeptics counter with demonstrations by skilled suit makers and mime artists, showing how specific movements could be replicated. The film sits in a stalemate of expertise. This is the challenge of evidence that is singular and extraordinary. It attracts analysis, but it resists a definitive conclusion because it cannot be reproduced. The film passes some aspects of our rubric and fails others. Its provenance is relatively strong. Its reproducibility is non-existent. Independent corroboration from that specific day is limited to the testimony of Patterson and Gimlin. It is falsifiable in principle. And the alternative explanation, a hoax, is plausible, given Patterson's prior interest and the era's burgeoning fascination with the subject. The film, therefore, does not resolve the mystery. It deepens it. It provides a fixed point for investigation, a reference specimen that is not a bone or a body, but a pattern of light and shadow. To move beyond the impasse of the film, researchers have sought other, more tangible forms of proof. They have looked down, at the ground beneath their feet, searching for the impressions left behind. The pursuit of Sasquatch has, quite literally, been a search for footprints. The plaster cast is the physical artifact of the search. It is a three-dimensional record of a moment of alleged contact. Hundreds of these casts exist, collected over decades from across the continent. They represent the largest single category of physical evidence in Sasquatch research. And within this category lies a specific, technical claim that pushes directly against our framework, the allegation of dermal ridges. These are the fine, friction skin patterns on the soles of primate feet, analogous to fingerprints. If genuine, they would represent a biological detail of stunning complexity to fake. The analysis of these ridges, and the debate over whether they are biological or the product of soil mechanics, takes us from the muddy forests to the forensic laboratory. It is a debate that hinges on provenance, on reproducibility, and on the expertise of anatomists. The footprint evidence, more than any other, has convinced some serious scientists that something unexplained is leaving its mark on the North American wilderness. Our next step is to examine those marks, to hold the plaster in our hands, and to ask what it truly reveals. In the dense, shadowed forests of the Pacific Northwest, there are stories that flicker at the edge of vision. Whispers of a shape moving between the trees, a silhouette too large to be a man, a presence felt more than seen. For centuries, these accounts lived in the realm of spoken tradition and campfire tales. Then, on a single autumn afternoon, a man with a camera ran toward that shape. And for 59.5 seconds, the legend stepped into the light. What he captured there, in the granular texture of 16mm film, would become the most scrutinized, debated, and enduring piece of evidence in the entire mystery. It is a piece of moving image that refuses to be dismissed, and yet resists confirmation. It is a ghost that walks, frame by frame, into our collective imagination. The place was Bluff Creek, a remote, rugged drainage in the Six Rivers National Forest of Northern California. It was a location already steeped in the lore of giant footprints. On October 20 in 1967, two men on horseback ventured into that same isolated canyon. Roger Patterson, an amateur Bigfoot researcher and author of a self-published book on the subject, and his friend Gimlin, a rancher and skilled horseman. They were there specifically to look for signs. The afternoon was cool, the creek bed wide and sandy from recent logging activity. According to their account, as they rounded a bend, Patterson's horse reared violently. There, across the creek, stood a large, dark, hair-covered figure. It was upright, and it was moving. Patterson dismounted, grabbed his rented Kodak Cine camera from his saddlebag, and began to run. He stumbled, regained his footing, and started filming. What the subject, a figure later nicknamed Patty by researchers, walks with a powerful swinging gait away from, it strides across the sandy bar, its musculature visible beneath dark hair. Approximately 40 seconds in, it turns its head and torso to look back over its right shoulder, a moment of startling directness. Then it continues, disappearing into the tree line. The film ends. In less than a minute, the entire visual foundation of the modern Sasquatch phenomenon was cemented. The physical film itself, a tangible strip of celluloid, entered a world unprepared for its ambiguity. Patterson and Gimlin had the film developed locally, and its public release was swift. It was met with immediate controversy. Was this the documentation of a living relic, or an elaborate fraud? The answer, it seemed, would lie in the details. For over half a century, the Patterson-Gimlin film has been subjected to an intensity of analysis typically reserved for forensic crime scenes or archaeological artifacts. Biomechanists have studied its gait. Primatologists have examined its proportions. Special effects experts have dissected its potential as a costume. The conclusions are a Rorschach test of prior belief. In 1971, biomechanist D.W. Grieve of the Royal Free Hospital School of Medicine published a landmark analysis. He concluded the walking pattern was consistent with a large, heavy primate, not a human mimicking a strange walk. But he identified a critical, unresolved variable. The gait's physics looked non-human. If at 16 frames per second, it fell within the possible, if unusual, range of human movement. This technical uncertainty created a permanent fault line in the analysis. Every technological advance has brought the film under new scrutiny. Image stabilization software has smoothed the shaky camera work. Digital enhancement has pulled detail from the grainy shadows. Skeptics have created side-by-side comparisons, overlaying the film with humans in suits. Proponents have highlighted anatomical nuances, the flex of a calf muscle, the jiggle of tissue on the upper arm, the distinct sagittal crest shaping the head. Special effects professionals are divided. Some point to the era's available gorilla suits, noting their stiff, helmet-like heads and uniform fur. Others argue the subject's seamless integration of mass and movement would have been a monumental achievement for 1967, requiring resources and expertise far beyond Patterson's reach. The film exists in this perpetual state of technical interrogation, each answer breeding new questions. Central to the film's enduring mystery is the testimony of the other man who was there, Gimlin. For more than 5 decades, through countless interviews and relentless skepticism, Gimlin's story has never changed. Now in his late 80s, he recalls that afternoon with the crisp detail of a traumatic memory. He describes the specific bend in the creek, the way his horse reacted with trained calm compared to Patterson's, the overwhelming smell he noticed, a pungent, musky odor that carried on the wind. He recounts watching Patterson run, hearing Gimlin has never recanted. He has also never built a career or substantial wealth from the film. He returned to his life as a rancher, a fact that complicates any narrative of a collaborative hoax born of greed. His steadfast account presents a human puzzle. Either he is a man of extraordinary integrity maintaining a lie for 57 years, or he is a witness to an event that defies explanation. The most specific hoax accusation emerged decades after the fact. In 2004, a costume maker named Philip Morris claimed he sold Roger Patterson a gorilla suit. A man named Bob Anonymous later came forward, stating he was the person inside that suit. Anonymous described a hot, cumbersome costume and a paid performance. This seemed, for many, to be the long-awaited solution. Yet when scrutinized, the claim created as many problems as it solved. Anonymous's description of the suit, a one-piece furry garment with a rigid head, does not align with the complex anatomy visible in the film. Investigators like special effects historian Bill Munns spent years on a frame-by-frame analysis. Munns, who has worked with Hollywood creature design, focused on proportions, the ratio of forearm to upper arm, the depth of the chest, the apparent width of the shoulders in relation to the hips. His conclusion was that the subject's dimensions exceed the physical limits of any human, even a large one, inside a padded suit of that era. The muscle groups, he argued, move independently in a way that fabric and foam rubber could not replicate. The debate between these two narratives, a confessed hoaxer versus detailed anatomical analysis, remains a stalemate. Neither side can deliver a definitive, case-closing proof. The film also exists within a landscape that has physically changed. Bluff Creek today is not the Bluff Creek of 1967. Logging, erosion, and natural succession have altered the creek bed and the tree line. The specific sandbar where Patty walked is harder to pinpoint. This environmental shift adds another layer of remove, making independent replication of the scene more difficult. The film is a moment frozen not only in time, but in a geography that has itself moved on. This loss of the original context forces all analysis to rely solely on the celluloid artifact itself, a silent witness that cannot answer questions. We are left to decode its secrets without being able to revisit the scene of the crime or the discovery with any certainty. Furthermore, the motivations of Roger Patterson himself are endlessly past. He was a believer, actively seeking evidence. He had a financial interest in the subject through his book. This certainly establishes a potential motive for a hoax. Yet, if it was a hoax, the execution remains perplexingly advanced. The film shows no visible zippers, no flapping fur, no misaligned eye holes. The subject's turn and glance is unnervingly natural, not the stiff, whole-body pivot a person in a restrictive suit would likely make. Even the act of filming, the shaky running, the recovered stumble, feels authentically unrehearsed. If it was a performance, it was a performance of genius-level intuition for cinematic verisimilitude. Patterson, by all accounts a passionate amateur, left no other work suggesting such profound skill. This disconnect between the man and the alleged creation fuels the mystery as much as the anatomical debates do. The passage of time has transformed the film from mere evidence into a cultural icon. It has been parodied, referenced, and homaged in countless forms of media. This ubiquity has a curious effect. It can dull our critical faculties. We think we know this film because we have seen snippets of it so often. But to watch it in its entirety, in silence, is to experience something different. It is a jarringly mundane sequence. There is no dramatic music, no monster roar, no clear reveal. It is simply a figure walking away. This starkness is its power. It feels like a document, not a production. That feeling, of course, is not proof. It is a testament to the film's unique ability to hover in the space between fact and artifact. It resists the easy categorization we crave. In the realm of science, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The Patterson-Gimlin film is, without question, extraordinary, But is it evidence? The scientific method demands testability and reproducibility. The film provides neither. It is a singular event, captured on a medium vulnerable to manipulation by a man with a vested interest. No controlled experiment can be built around it. Yet, to simply dismiss it as a hoax requires ignoring the persistent, unresolved questions that cling to every proposed explanation. The suit would have been revolutionary. The confessed performer's description doesn't match. The witness has maintained his story for a lifetime. The gait analysis is inconclusive. The film, therefore, occupies a rare and frustrating category. It is an anomaly. It is a data point that cannot be verified but will not be erased. It sits at the center of the mystery, a silent, walking Rorschach test upon which we project our beliefs about the world. Consider the turn, the moment Patty looks back. It is the emotional heart of the film, the instant the subject becomes an agent, not just a specimen. In that glance, believers see intelligence, curiosity, perhaps annoyance. Skeptics see a man in a suit checking to see if both interpretations are entirely plausible. That is the film's essence. Every detail is dual. The muscle movement is either brilliant costume engineering or biological reality. The proportions are either a trick of camera perspective and fur or accurate morphology. The film's power is not that it convinces, but that it prevents absolute dismissal. It has survived the transition from analog to digital, from curiosity to icon, precisely because it maintains this perfect equilibrium of doubt. It is the ultimate cold case, where the only clue is a minute of moving pictures. The legacy of the film is not a verdict, but a paradigm. It established the visual template for what Sasquatch was supposed to look like. Every subsequent sighting report, every artist's rendering, every costume in a low-budget film is measured against Patty. It created a standard that hoaxers now strive to meet, and that believers hold as the benchmark of authenticity. In doing so, it arguably shaped the phenomenon as much as it documented it. The film moved the mystery from the realm of footprints and sounds into the realm of cinema. It asked us not just to believe a story, but to believe our eyes. And for 59.5 seconds, it makes that belief feel terrifyingly possible. The sand is real, the creek is real. The light is real, and walking through it is something. As the years pass and the principles pass away, the film's status crystallizes. It will likely never be conclusively proven a hoax, because the definitive evidence, a matching suit, a detailed blueprint, a deathbed confession that aligns perfectly with the footage, has not emerged and may not exist. Conversely, it will never be validated as genuine without new, corroborating evidence of a completely different kind. It exists in a state of permanent ambiguity. This is, perhaps, its most significant finding. In a world that demands binary answers, real or fake, true or false, the Patterson-Gimlin film defiantly occupies the middle ground. It is a monument to uncertainty. It tells us that some mysteries are not puzzles to be solved, but lenses through which we examine our own capacity for belief, our understanding of technology, and our interpretation of the past. The figure walks on, forever just about to disappear into the trees, forever looking back, forever silent. The film, however, is not the only physical trace left behind in the search for this creature. Long before, these are the impressions, the casts made of giant footprints. They represent a different kind of record, one that can be held in the hand, measured, and subjected to the scrutiny of anatomy and forensic science. If the film is a fleeting ghost, the footprints are tangible, if controversial, fossils of the present. Their story is one of dermal ridges, of mid-tarsal breaks, and of a collection that spans a continent and decades. It is a story told in plaster. In the quiet of a forest, a footprint is a story waiting to be read. It is a record of weight, of motion, of a moment when a living body pressed itself into the earth. For centuries, hunters have read these stories in the mud and snow, tracing the passage of deer and bear. But some stories written in the soil are different. They are larger, deeper, and shaped like nothing we know. They suggest a walker that is not us, but walks like us. These are the traces that have fueled a modern legend. They are physical, tangible, and they can be carried out of the woods. They are plaster casts, the hardened ghosts of impressions left behind. This is the evidence you can hold in your hands. It is the closest thing to a fossil the search has ever produced. And within these pale, gritty forms, researchers believe they have found not just a shape, but a signature written in skin. The collection of plaster casts represents the single largest category of physical evidence in the entire Sasquatch research record. Numbering in the hundreds, these casts have been pulled from riverbanks in the Pacific Northwest, from logging roads in the Appalachians, from the damp soils of the Great Lakes forests. They are the trophies of a decades-long hunt. But among them, a subset carries a claim that elevates the discussion from mere size to potential biological specificity. The most scientifically significant argument centers on dermal ridges. These are the intricate, swirling friction skin patterns on the soles of primate feet, analogous to human fingerprints. In a genuine track, these microscopic ridges can theoretically transfer their pattern to a fine-grained, damp substrate like silt or clay. If such detail were found in a Sasquatch cast, it would represent a formidable challenge to any hoaxer. Fabricating a consistent, anatomically plausible ridge pattern across the entire plantar surface of a fake foot, and having it transfer perfectly to mud, would be an act of staggering artistic and forensic precision. It would be easier, some argue, for the track to simply be real. Thus, the search for dermal ridges becomes a search for a biological autograph, a tiny, complex truth pressed into the earth. The primary advocate for the biological significance of footprint evidence is Dr. Karian. Jeff Meldrum, an anatomist and forensic podiatrist at Idaho State University. Over decades, Dr. Meldrum has assembled a personal collection of over 300 footprint casts from across North America. His argument is not based on any single cast, but on a pattern of consistency he observes across the entire collection. He points to recurring morphological features that, he contends, form a coherent anatomical picture. The most cited of these is the mid-tarsal break. In humans, the foot is a rigid lever, with a longitudinal arch that locks during the push-off phase of walking. In other great apes, like chimpanzees and gorillas, the foot is more flexible, with a joint that bends through the midfoot section, the mid-tarsal break. This allows for grasping and climbing. Many Sasquatch casts, Meldrum argues, show a pressure ridge or a distinct flexure line precisely where a mid-tarsal break would occur. He sees this as a fundamental, non-human design. Furthermore, he notes the consistency of this and other features, the proportional length of the toes, the shape of the heel, across casts made in different states, in different decades by different people. This widespread consistency, he suggests, argues against a simple hoax. It would require a vast, secretive conspiracy of hoaxers all working from the same accurate, non-human podiatric blueprint, a scenario he finds less plausible than the existence of an actual animal. The counter-arguments to these claims are equally specific and grounded in material science. In the 1990s, another forensic podiatrist, Dr. Russ Tuttle of the University of Chicago, reviewed the dermal ridge evidence. His conclusion was stark. The ridge-like patterns observed on many plaster casts were not biological in origin. They were substrate compression artifacts. When a heavy object presses into a cohesive, fine-grained material like clay or loam, the soil does not simply compress uniformly. It shears, folds, and buckles under the pressure. As the material is displaced, it can form tiny, parallel ridges that bear a superficial resemblance to skin ridges. The mechanics of soil under pressure are predictable to a geotechnical engineer, but can appear bewilderingly organic to the untrained eye. Dr. Tuttle's analysis suggested that what was being celebrated as a unique biological signature was, in fact, a common physical artifact. The very substance that preserves the track, the mud itself, could be creating the illusion of complexity. This critique strikes at the heart of the dermal ridge argument, proposing that researchers may be seeing what they hope to see, etched not by skin, but by the physics of dirt. The shadow of deliberate deception, however, looms larger than any soil artifact. The modern Bigfoot phenomenon was, in part, born from a hoax. The 1958 Bluff Creek tracks that sparked the media frenzy and gave the creature its name were later confessed to be the work of a road construction contractor named Ray Wallace. After Wallace's death in 2002, his family came forward with the tools of the trade, carved wooden feet strapped to boots, used to stamp the giant prints around his worksite. They demonstrated how the carvings matched the iconic 1958 casts. This revelation was seismic. It did not, and could not, invalidate every footprint cast ever made. But it established a critical, sobering fact: convincing, large-scale footprint hoaxes were being manufactured at the very dawn of the modern search. The research community, eager for evidence, had failed to detect this deception for 44 years. The Wallace hoax serves as a permanent cautionary tale. It proves that the motivation and the means to create realistic tracks have existed from the beginning. It forces a question upon every new cast: is this a clue, or is this a piece of theatre crafted to fool the hopeful? The Wallace case exposes the deeper, systemic weakness in the footprint evidence record, the near-total absence of forensic chain of custody. For evidence to hold weight in any scientific or legal forum, its history must be unbroken and documented from the moment of discovery to the moment of analysis. The vast majority of Sasquatch footprint casts fail this fundamental test. They were made by enthusiastic amateurs, not forensic field technicians. The process is typically this: a person finds a strange track, often alone, often without a camera, to first photograph the impression in situ. They mix plaster from a bag bought at a hardware store and pour it into the depression. They collect no soil sample for later analysis of composition and moisture content. They often have no independent witness to verify the track's appearance before casting. The cast is then removed, labeled, and often mailed or handed to a researcher. By the time it reaches an expert's desk, it is an orphaned object. Its provenance is a story, not a documented fact. Without that chain of custody, the cast is rendered scientifically inert. It cannot prove where it came from, or even that it came from the ground at all. It becomes an artifact of belief, not a building block for a biological hypothesis. Consider the journey of a single cast. It begins as a void in the forest floor, a temporary sculpture in mud that will be washed away by the next rain. A discoverer sees it, their heart racing with a mix of fear and excitement. They have no forensic kit. They have only their desire to preserve this fleeting proof. The plaster sets, capturing not just the shape, but every stray leaf, every pebble that was in the track. It is pulled from the earth, a heavy, gritty positive of a negative space. It is wrapped in newspaper and driven out of the woods. From there, it may be shown to friends, displayed at a local meeting, photographed and measured. Each handling, each moment, is a potential point of contamination or distortion. The story of its discovery hardens around it, as fixed as the plaster itself. But the chain of events is memory, not documentation. There is no video of the track before casting. No sworn affidavit from a second witness. No sealed bag containing the soil. The cast becomes a relic, its power derived from its mystery, not from its pedigree. This is the paradox of the footprint evidence. It is the most tangible proof, yet it remains forever untethered from the standards that would make it scientifically admissible. The focus on morphology, the shape of the foot, faces its own set of naturalistic counter-explanations. A bear's footprint, especially when partially obscured or overstepped, can create a surprisingly elongated, human-like impression. The front pad of a bear can resemble a heel, and the claws, if not clearly registered, can be misinterpreted as toes. A bear walking through deep mud may slip, dragging its pad and creating a longer track. Furthermore, the process of casting itself can distort. Plaster expands as it cures, minutely but measurably. If the soil is not properly prepared with a release agent, fine grains can adhere to the cast and be misinterpreted as dermal texture. Even the act of pouring the plaster can flood delicate features. What emerges from the mold is not a perfect fossil, but an impression mediated by chemistry and human technique. Each step introduces variables that cloud the original signal. Researchers must then ask, are they measuring the foot of an unknown primate, or are they measuring the artifact of a bear's misstep, compounded by the artifact of an amateur casting process? The mid-tarsal break, that keystone of Dr. Meldrum's argument, is not without alternative interpretations. Some podiatrists point out that the flexure line observed in casts could be the result of substrate failure, the mud cracking as it dries around a rigid form, not bending with a flexible one. Others have demonstrated that a human foot, particularly one with a flat arch, can produce a pressure ridge in soft ground that resembles a mid-tarsal flex point if the person is walking in an unusual, crouched gait. The problem, once again, is the lack of controlled origin. Without a video of the track being made, the precise gait and pressure distribution are unknown. The cast freezes a single moment in a dynamic sequence. Interpreting the biomechanics from that frozen moment is an exercise in inference, vulnerable to the interpreter's assumptions. The consistency Meldrum observes could be a consistency of misinterpretation, a shared pattern of how bear tracks degrade or how mud behaves, seen through a lens of expectation. The response from within the research community to these critiques has been to tighten methodology, albeit slowly. Some groups now advocate for strict casting protocols, photographing the track with a ruler and compass for scale from multiple angles before any disturbance, taking soil samples, using dental stone, a harder, more precise material than common plaster, and documenting the entire process with video. These are steps toward forensic respectability. Yet they remain rarely followed in the moment of discovery, which is often spontaneous and emotionally charged. Furthermore, these protocols only address the collection of the evidence. They do not solve the prior problem of authentication. A perfectly documented cast of a perfect track is only as valid as the track itself. And the track's origin, animal, human, or hoax, remains the ultimate unanswered question. The protocols guard against later accusations of tampering, but they cannot peer back in time to witness the track's creation. The historical record of footprint evidence is also a record of recurring, bizarre anomalies that strain credulity. There are casts showing apparent toe injuries, with one toe bent at an odd angle. There are tracks that show impossibly long strides, spanning 15 feet or more. There are sequences where the tracks simply vanish on hard ground, as if the creature disappeared. While proponents might argue these speak to a complex, injured, or even paranormal creature, skeptics see them as the hallmarks of a hoaxer's creativity or a witness's misjudgment. A hoaxer might carve a damaged foot for added realism. A person estimating stride length over uneven ground can be wildly inaccurate. Tracks fading out is what all tracks do on firmer substrate. The outliers in the data, often highlighted as the most intriguing, are frequently the weakest links, the points where the signal drowns in noise and narrative. The sheer volume of footprint casts is both the strength and the weakness of this evidence category. 300 specimens feel like a body of data, but volume does not equal verification. If one cast is proven fraudulent, it does not contaminate the others. But if the methods of collection and analysis for all 300 are forensically inadequate, then the entire collection is compromised. It becomes a museum of curiosities, not a data set. The scientific process advances by subjecting claims to rigorous testing that attempts to disprove them. The footprint evidence has largely existed outside this process. It is collected, compared, and discussed within a community of interest, but it has not been subjected to a definitive, controlled, replicable test. No one has, for instance, taken a known animal, a bear, a large human, and a skilled hoaxer with a carved foot, and in a blind trial, presented their tracks to a panel of footprint analysts to see if they can reliably distinguish the unknown primate's trace. Without such tests, the arguments circle one another, based on interpretation of static objects of unknown origin. The story of the footprints is ultimately a human story. It is a story about our desire to find pattern, to leave the woods with something heavier than a story. A plaster cast is proof you can show someone. It has weight. It occupies space on a shelf. It says, "I was there, and this was there." It transforms an ephemeral experience in the wild into a permanent physical object in the civilized world. This transformation is deeply powerful. It fuels the search, drives the research, and builds the collections. But in that transformation, from forest mud to hardened plaster, something is also lost. The context evaporates. The sounds, the smells, the feeling of the place, the state of mind of the discoverer, all the subjective, uncastable elements that are crucial to evaluating any encounter are stripped away. What remains is a shape, and a shape, without its story, is mute, but with its story, it is only a story with a prop. This is the tightrope walked by every footprint analyst, trying to read the biological truth from an object that is inseparable from the human desire to have found something true. As we examine these silent, pale forms, we are left at a crossroads of interpretation. The footprints present the most persistent physical anomaly in the Sasquatch phenomenon. They are too numerous to ignore, yet too flawed to confirm. They offer a tantalizing anatomical consistency, yet remain vulnerable to the simplest explanations of hoaxing and misidentification. They are collected with passion, but rarely with the rigor that would force science to pay attention. The casts sit in boxes and on shelves, waiting for a future technology or a future find that might finally provide a key to unlock their mystery. Until then, they remain what they have always been, enigmatic impressions, holding the shape of a question. And as we turn from these traces in the earth, we must look for evidence of a more intimate nature. We must look for what the body itself might leave behind, not its impression, but its substance. The search turns from plaster to the microscopic, from the shape of a foot to the code within a single hair, the stain of blood on a leaf. The next chapter enters the complex world of genetic claims, where the promise of definitive answer collides with the pervasive problems of contamination and the profound challenge of proving an unknown. In the deep woods, evidence is often a whisper, not a shout. It is a single strand of hair caught on a thorn, a dark smear on a broken branch, a trace of something that passed in the night. These are the fragments left behind, the biological breadcrumbs that promise a tangible truth. They are small, silent, and infinitely fragile. For decades, these microscopic clues have been gathered with reverence, sealed in bags, and sent on a journey from the shadowed forest to the sterile light of the laboratory. They carry the weight of a legend. Their destination is a world of centrifuges and sequencing machines, where mystery meets the immutable code of life itself. This is the frontier where stories are translated into data, where the mythic either becomes material or dissolves into the mundane. The analysis of hair samples claimed to be from Sasquatch is not a new endeavor. Since the 1970s, specimens have been submitted to universities, private labs, and government agencies. The results have formed a consistent, and for some, a disappointing pattern. In every peer-reviewed study where sufficient genetic material was recovered, the DNA has matched a known, documented animal. The most comprehensive of these investigations was published in 2014 by geneticist Brian Sykes of Oxford University. His team obtained 36 hair samples from alleged Bigfoot and Yeti encounters across the globe. The origins were storied: hairs from a supposed Yeti scalp relic, strands found in remote Russian caves, samples from North American forests where something large was seen moving. The sequencers hummed, comparing the extracted code against vast genomic libraries. The results were a catalogue of the forest's ordinary inhabitants: black bear, brown bear, raccoon, deer, horse, cow. In several cases, the hair was human. There were 2 anomalous results from the Himalayas, showing a genetic signature with a partial, intriguing similarity to an ancient polar bear specimen. For a moment, it suggested a ghost lineage, a relict population, but science is a process of successive approximation. Other research teams later reanalyzed the data, concluding the strange result was far more likely a product of sequence error or degraded DNA contamination. The grand mystery resolved into the mundane: a bear's hair on a tree, a deer's hair on a fence, a human hair lost on a trail. The Sykes study was a landmark not for what it found, but for what it did not find. After rigorous genetic scrutiny, not a single sample pointed to an unknown primate. This leads to the central, structural problem of DNA analysis in cryptid research. The public often misunderstands what a DNA test can actually say. We imagine a database that contains every species, where a sample is either a match or a thrilling unknown. The reality is more constrained. Genetic identification works by comparison. A sequence from a sample is checked against reference genomes for known species. If there is no close match, the result is not Bigfoot. It is no significant match. That result is a flag, not a confirmation. It could mean an unknown species. It could also mean the DNA is too degraded to read properly. It could mean the sample is a mixture of several species, creating a chimeric sequence that matches nothing in the databases. Or it could simply mean the reference library is incomplete for a known, but rare regional animal. An environmental DNA specialist from a university field biology program can demonstrate the proper protocol. To search for an unknown large mammal, you would not mail in a single hair in an envelope. You would systematically collect water from streams, soil from game trails, samples from likely feeding or bedding sites. You would use sterile equipment, field blanks to check for contamination, and meticulous chain of custody logs. You would sequence all the DNA in that environmental soup, the genetic shadow of an entire ecosystem, and look for a signal that is persistent, geographically coherent, and utterly unfamiliar. It is a fishing expedition in a sea of code, requiring patience, funding, and a willingness to accept a null result. This rigorous, quiet work stands in stark contrast to the history of hair evidence collection in Sasquatch research. That history is largely a story of chain of custody failure. The journey of a hair sample from the forest floor to the lab is a gauntlet of contamination risk. Samples have been picked up with bare fingers, introducing human DNA. They have been stored for years in dusty plastic bags in a garage, alongside pet hair and mold. They have been mailed in paper envelopes, rubbing against fibers and other biological debris. A forensic scientist can demonstrate this vulnerability with chilling simplicity. She touches a clean microscope slide, then processes it for DNA. The result shows a full human profile, her own. She then takes a hair from a sterilized tool, brushes it against a sweater and reseals it. The subsequent test reveals a mixture of human and sheep DNA. The lesson is clear: without controls, the story a DNA sample tells may be the story of its handling, not its origin. This casual approach to physical evidence created an environment where fraud could flourish with minimal scrutiny. The most audacious example is the 2008 Bigfoot body hoax. Two men from Georgia, Rick Dyer and Matthew Whitten, held a press conference announcing they had the frozen corpse of a Sasquatch in a cooler. The story exploded, generating international headlines and cable news specials. The men claimed they had DNA evidence proving it was an unknown hominid. When the contents of the cooler were finally revealed to a paying audience, the truth was absurdly crude: a rubber Halloween costume stuffed with animal entrails. Genetic testing of the material readily identified opossum and human DNA. The hoax was obvious, almost insulting in its lack of sophistication, yet it captivated the world for weeks. The men faced no criminal charges for the fraud, only public ridicule, but the episode was a watershed. It illustrated the vast chasm between the standards of public discourse and the standards of science. The media cycle, hungry for spectacle, amplified the claim before any verification was possible. The public, conditioned by decades of ambiguous footage, was primed for a final revelation. The hoaxers understood that the evidentiary bar in the court of popular opinion was remarkably low. They understood that the mere claim of DNA evidence was a powerful totem, regardless of its authenticity or meaning. The Georgia hoax did not just deceive people, it exposed a systemic vulnerability. It showed how the longing for proof could be weaponized against the very search for truth. In the sober aftermath, the genuine scientific question remains, unresolved and stark. After decades of searching and hundreds of submitted samples, no hair, no tissue, no blood claimed to be from Sasquatch has ever yielded DNA from an unknown primate. This fact sits heavily on the scale. One possible conclusion is straightforward. The null result is correct because there is no unknown primate to leave such samples. The hairs are always from bears, the blood from deer, the screams from coyotes. The myth is a tapestry woven from misidentification, folklore, and hoax. The other possibility is more complex, but must be stated without prejudice. It suggests that a genuine biological entity has so far eluded not just cameras, but also contamination-free collection. Perhaps no researcher has yet been in the right place at the right time with a sterile swab. Perhaps the creature's biology sheds few viable cells. This argument rests on an absence of evidence, which is always a fragile foundation. To hold this second view requires explaining not just the lack of a positive result, but the persistent positive results for known species. It must account for the fact that the vast majority of evidence submitted is, definitively, something else. It must confront the reality that the field has been polluted, both literally and figuratively, by poor practice and deliberate deception. The DNA record, as it stands, forms a formidable wall. It does not say Sasquatch is impossible. It says that every time a piece of the legend has been subjected to the most definitive test we have, the legend has retreated, leaving only the ordinary, known world in its place. This is the quiet, unglamorous verdict of the laboratory. It is written not in plaster or on film, but in sequences of adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. The search, however, does not end at the lab door. For every hair sample that returns as bare, there is a witness who remains certain of what they saw. For every hoax exposed, there is a recording from a deep forest that defies easy explanation. If biological evidence has so far reached a dead end, perhaps the next clues are not physical, but ephemeral. They are carried not in cells, but in sound waves, through the night air, across silent valleys. When a visual encounter leaves no trace, sometimes all that remains is an echo. A howl that twists through the pines, a series of knocks on wood, a guttural vocalization that seems to hold a language just beyond our understanding. This leads us from the clean certainty of the genome to the ambiguous, haunting world of acoustic phenomena. The next chapter ventures into that sensory darkness. It examines the most famous audio recordings ever offered as evidence, the Sierra sounds. It explores the science of bioacoustics, asking whether a scream in the night can be fingerprinted like a strand of DNA. It confronts the profound limits of listening, where the distance between an unknown animal and a clever hoax can be just as difficult to measure as the distance between a bear's hair and a monster's. After the tangible has been weighed and measured, we are left with vibrations in the air, the sounds, the screams, and the enduring human need to interpret the noise of the unknown. The forest at night is not silent. It is a living, breathing orchestra of unseen life. The rustle of a vole in the leaf litter is a percussion line. The distant hoot of an owl is a woodwind solo. The wind through pine needles is a string section. But sometimes, a sound cuts through this familiar symphony that does not belong. It is a sound that seems to come from a throat not found in any field guide. A sound that hangs in the cold, dark air long after it has faded, leaving behind not just an echo, but a question. What, in the deep woods of North America, could possibly make a noise like that? For decades, researchers have ventured into the darkness with microphones, hoping to capture that question on tape. The most famous and enduring of these audio documents emerged from a remote hunting camp in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California. Between 1971 and 1975, Ron Moorhead and Al Berry recorded a series of strange vocalizations that have become legendary. They are known as the Sierra sounds. The recordings are raw, often muffled by distance and foliage. But what they contain is unsettling, deep, guttural growls, high-pitched whoops, and complex chattering sequences that seem to carry across the ridges in the dead of night. Moorhead has maintained for over 50 years that the sounds were made by unseen beings observing their camp. The recordings, analyzed and reanalyzed, do not match the vocal signatures of any known North American mammal in the databases of the time. They stand as an acoustic anomaly, a mystery preserved on magnetic tape. The scientific scrutiny of these sounds began in earnest in 1978. Bioacoustician Dr. R. Lynn Curlin of the University of Wyoming published a technical analysis. His focus was on formant frequencies, the resonant peaks in a vocalization that are shaped by the size and shape of the vocal tract. Curlin concluded that some of the Sierra sounds' formants fell outside the range producible by a normal human larynx and throat. The implication was anatomical. Whatever produced these sounds likely possessed a vocal apparatus larger or fundamentally different than our own. This analysis became a cornerstone of the audio evidence argument. It provided a technical, measurable reason why the sounds could not be dismissed as mere human imitation. For believers, it was a data point that pointed toward a biological reality. But science, by its nature, subjects its own conclusions to relentless critique. Curlin's 1978 study was groundbreaking for its time, but time revealed its limitations. The sample size of the sounds was small. The original recording quality, captured on portable equipment in a wilderness setting, was poor by modern standards. Hiss, wind noise, and distortion were embedded in the tapes. Most significantly, the comparative database Curlin used, the Library of Known Animal Vocalizations in 1978, was limited. It was an era before digital archives and sophisticated computer analysis. A sound that didn't match a bear, a coyote, or a human in 1978 might simply have been a known animal producing a rare or context-specific call that had not yet been catalogued. The critique does not invalidate Curlin's work, it contextualizes it. It shows how a tantalizing finding can be both technically correct and inconclusive. The search for anomalous sounds is not confined to the West Coast. In 1994, in the wooded hills of Columbiana County, Ohio, researchers with the Bigfoot Research Organization captured a different kind of audio evidence. It is known as the Ohio Howl. It is a single, sustained vocalization lasting roughly 5 seconds. It is a clean, powerful recording, a mournful wail that rises and falls through the night. This sound, too, has been put through the acoustic ringer. Wildlife sound specialists have compared it to the known repertoires of local species, the coyote's yip howl, the rare wolf's deeper chorus, the screech of a great horned owl, the scream of a red fox. The consensus among the specialists we consulted is that the Ohio howl does not neatly match any of them. But here, the audio evidence problem reveals its core logic. Does not match known species. X is not the same as is an unknown primate. It is a process of elimination that can never be complete. The vocalization could be a known animal in extreme distress, producing an atypical sound. It could be a human imitation, cleverly filtered or distorted. It could even be an audio artifact, a combination of wind and distant machinery. The absence of a match is intriguing, but it is not confirmation. Within the Sierra Sounds, one sequence stands apart for its complexity. Researchers have dubbed it the samurai chatter for its rapid, staccato, almost syllabic quality. It is a burst of vocalization that, to some listeners, seems to possess a rhythmic structure, a potential proto-language. We asked a linguist and a primatologist to listen. The linguist noted the apparent structural regularities were interesting, a pattern of sounds that seemed to repeat and vary. But the recording quality and the brevity of the sequence made any claim of language impossible to support. Language requires syntax, semantics, and demonstrable intentional communication, none of which can be proven from a few seconds of noisy tape. The primatologist offered a crucial comparison. Several known great apes, like gibbons and chimpanzees, produce complex, structured vocalizations. These can include duets, calls that vary by context, and sequences that to a human ear can sound strangely conversational. They are sophisticated biological signals, but they are not language. The samurai chatter could easily be the vocal gymnastics of an unknown animal, not the whispered words of a hidden people. This leads us to the fundamental, perhaps insurmountable, problem with audio evidence in the search for an unknown animal. It is a problem of provenance and exclusion. Provenance. Without a video recording of the animal actually making the sound at the moment it is captured, the source remains an open question. A howl in the night is a disembodied event. It is a sound without a face, a call without a creature. Exclusion. To prove a sound is from an unknown species, you must first exclude every known species. This requires a perfect, complete reference database of every vocalization every North American mammal can make, under stress, during mating, in conflict, in play. We do not have that database. We may never have it. The bark of a disoriented bull elk, the death scream of a rabbit, the unusual cough of a bear with a respiratory infection, any of these could be the source of a mysterious recording. The forest is full of voices we have not yet learned to recognize. Consider the practical reality of capturing such evidence. A researcher sits in the dark for hours, microphone aimed at nothing in particular, recording the ambient noise of the wilderness. When a strange sound occurs, it is fleeting, unexpected, and often terrifying. The instinct is to freeze, to listen, not to clinically document. The equipment is subjected to humidity, cold, and limited power. The resulting recording is a fragile artifact, a ghost of a moment that cannot be recreated. It arrives on the desk of an analyst, stripped of all context, a puzzle with most of its pieces missing. The analyst can measure its frequency, its duration, its harmonics. They can compare it to libraries of sounds. But they cannot answer the only question that matters: what made it? The sound remains in a limbo between the known and the unknown, a sonic Rorschach test where listeners hear what they expect to hear. The allure of the audio mystery is powerful because sound bypasses our rational minds and speaks directly to our primal instincts. A strange noise in the dark triggers a physiological response, a rush of adrenaline, a heightened state of alert. That emotional charge attaches itself to the recording. The chilling howl feels like evidence because it feels like a threat. This emotional provenance is separate from scientific provenance, but it is why these recordings hold such sway. They are not just data, they are experiences, transmitted through time via speakers. They allow us to share in the witness's moment of dread and wonder, to feel the chill of the unknown creeping in from the tree line. We are, for a few seconds, alone in the dark with them. For every recording like the Sierra Sounds, there are dozens of others, whistles, wood knocks, growls, captured by individuals across the continent. Each one adds to a vast, disorganized archive of acoustic anomalies. Without a standardized collection protocol, a chain of custody, or simultaneous corroboration like video or multiple microphones triangulating a source, this archive remains a collection of curiosities. It is a chorus of mysteries, but a chorus singing in different keys from different stages with no conductor to bring them into harmony. They suggest a pattern of unexplained auditory events, but they cannot define the source of the pattern. The sound evidence, in the end, tells us more about the listeners than the sound makers. It reveals our deep desire to hear a voice from the wilderness that answers back, a voice that proves we are not the only intelligent creatures walking these woods. The recordings persist, stubborn and unexplained. They are the echoes of encounters that left no footprints, the screams without a body. They force us to confront the limits of our knowledge of the natural world, reminding us that our catalogues of life are incomplete. But to build a case for a new, large mammal on sound alone is to build a house on shifting sand. The foundation cannot hold. Audio evidence can raise a compelling question. It can point a direction for further investigation. But it cannot, by itself, provide an answer. For that, you need something tangible. You need a body, a bone, a photograph that shows more than darkness. You need to move from the world of sound to the world of substance. This leads us inevitably to the next, and perhaps most daunting, question. If these sounds were made by a biological creature, what kind of creature could it be? What would it need to survive, hidden in the forests of North America? Not just the space to roam, but the food to eat, the social structure to reproduce, and the near magical ability to evade every camera and leave behind every corpse. The audio hints at a presence. The ecology demands an explanation. From the echoes in the dark, we must now turn to the hard, practical requirements of flesh and blood. The forest is a place of shadows and suggestion. It is a living architecture of trunks and leaves, of filtered light and sudden silence. For millennia, human stories have populated these spaces with figures that walk the line between animal and human. They are the wild men of European folklore, the forest spirits of Asia, the hairy giants of North American tradition. These beings exist in the realm of story, a psychological and cultural space. But what if one such story stepped out of the myth and into the ecology? What if a large, bipedal primate truly did inhabit these woods? The legend would then face a far more demanding test. It must survive not in our imaginations, but in the real, measurable, and unforgiving world of biology. It must find food, shelter, and mates. It must reproduce, raise young, and eventually die. The creature of folklore becomes a question of zoology. And zoology deals in hard numbers, in territory, in the relentless logic of life and death. To even begin this calculation, we need an analogue. The best available comparison is the mountain gorilla of Central Africa's Virunga Mountains. A mature male silverback is a formidable animal, weighing between 350 and 450 pounds. To sustain that mass, a single gorilla requires a home range. Biologists estimate it at 15 to 40 square kilometers of dense, resource-rich forest. This is not just space to roam. It is a larder, a pharmacy, a territory to be defended. Now, scale that up from an individual to a species. A genetically viable population, one that could persist for generations without succumbing to inbreeding, requires a minimum number of individuals. For a large, long-lived mammal, that number is typically around 500. 500 mountain gorillas would need a contiguous habitat spanning at least 7,500 square kilometers. In some models, that requirement balloons to 20,000. That is a territory larger than the state of New Jersey. It is a vast, unbroken expanse of suitable forest. The Pacific Northwest of North America, from Northern California through Oregon, Washington, and into British Columbia, possesses such scale. Its temperate rainforests and rugged mountain ranges offer millions of acres of remote, forested land. On a map, the habitat appears sufficient. The space, in theory, exists. But a habitat is more than an empty green blotch on a satellite image. It is a complex web of specific resources. What would this hypothetical primate eat? Gorillas are folivores, consuming vast quantities of leaves, stems, and shoots. The forests of the Pacific Northwest are dominated by conifers, their needles tough and resinous, not the soft, broad leaves of a tropical jungle. Perhaps it would be an omnivore, like a bear, foraging for berries, roots, small mammals, and carrion. But then it enters direct competition with the region's established omnivore, the black bear. Two large omnivores sharing the same space would create a visible ecological pressure, a niche partitioning that wildlife biologists would detect in prey populations and foraging patterns. The habitat must not only be large enough, it must contain enough calories, year-round, to fuel a population of giants without leaving a glaring footprint on the ecosystem itself. The first and most formidable hurdle is not space, but visibility. We call it detectability. In modern North America, large mammals are seen, constantly. Consider the black bear, an animal that can weigh over 600 pounds yet moves with a ghostly quiet through the woods. It is photographed every single day. By trail cameras placed by researchers and hunters, by hikers with smartphones, by doorbell cameras in suburban neighborhoods where forests meet development. The same is true for mountain lions, elusive and crepuscular predators, for moose, towering and unmistakable. Their images fill wildlife agency databases. Their carcasses are found on highways. Their tracks are documented in snow and mud. This is not anecdote. It is a constant, data-rich stream of observation. The North American wildlife monitoring infrastructure is immense and accidental. Hunters alone have deployed an estimated 40 million motion-activated trail cameras across the continent. They are a distributed sensor network of unprecedented scale, waiting for anything large and warm-blooded to walk by. And yet, from this vast digital net, a specific catch has never been hauled in, not one. In the era of ubiquitous, high-resolution digital photography, an era where every person carries a capable camera, there is no confirmed, unambiguous image of a Sasquatch. The images that do surface are distant blobs, shaky footage of dark shapes behind trees, or obvious hoaxes. This absence is deafening. Proponents argue the creature is intelligent, avoiding human technology. But trail cameras are not intelligent. They are simple triggers. They do not discriminate. They capture bears, cougars, deer, raccoons, and humans with utter impartiality. An animal with a home range of dozens of square kilometers would, through sheer statistical necessity, cross these invisible tripwires thousands of times over its lifetime. The fact that not a single one of 40 million cameras has produced a definitive image after decades of deployment is an ecological data point of tremendous weight. It suggests an object that is not interacting with the physical environment in the way a large, warm-bodied mammal must. But cameras are only one line of detection. Consider the hunter. Every autumn, millions of people enter North America's forests with the explicit goal of seeing game. They sit silently in tree stands for hours, their senses heightened, scanning for movement. They are expert observers of the wild. They notice a squirrel's twitch, a deer's flicking ear. They are also armed with high-powered rifles and compound bows. If a large, novel primate shared these woods, the chance of a hunter encountering one, whether to shoot it or simply to see it, would be significant over a 65-year period. Yet no hunter has ever brought a specimen to a game check station. No taxidermist has ever received a hide. No sportsman has ever presented a trophy skull that defied biological classification. This is not proof of absence, but it is a staggering absence of proof, in a context where proof is routinely generated for every other large mammal on the continent. This leads to the most potent ecological argument: mortality. Every living thing dies. For large mammals in the wild, death is rarely a private, hidden event. They die from disease, from injury, from predation, from starvation, from old age, and their bodies remain. They are found by other animals, by insects, by fungi, and by humans. A bear carcass in the woods is a major event. It draws scavengers for weeks. It leaves a nutrient-rich patch in the soil. It leaves bones. In North America, the bodies of large mammals are discovered with routine frequency. Hikers stumble upon dead elk. Forest Service personnel document bear mortality. Road crews clear deer and moose from highways. A population of hundreds of large hominids, each weighing several hundred pounds, would have a predictable mortality rate. Even with a long lifespan, several individuals would die across the range every single year. Over decades, that amounts to hundreds of carcasses. Where are they? Not one skeleton, not one skull, not one fragment of bone that can be identified as belonging to an unknown North American primate has ever been recovered from a forest, a riverbank, or a cave and verified by science. Proponents suggest behaviors like burial or seclusion in remote sinkholes. But other large mammals do not systematically hide their dead. And even hidden bodies are eventually uncovered by erosion, landslides, or digging animals. The fossil and subfossil record, while incomplete, is a sieve that catches the remains of millennia. It contains evidence of mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, and even ancient humans. The complete absence of a single, verifiable bone from a contemporary population of large hominids is perhaps the single greatest obstacle to the biological hypothesis. A species leaves a physical trace. It is a fundamental rule of paleontology and ecology. The trace, in this case, is missing. The argument deepens when we consider the beginning of life, not just its end. Reproduction is the engine of a species' survival. For primates, it is a costly, risky, and visible process. Infants are born helpless. They are carried, nursed, and protected for years. Juvenile primates are curious, playful, and often noisy. They are the most detectable members of any troop, precisely because they are less cautious, more prone to error, and more frequently in sight as they learn to navigate their world. In studies of chimpanzees, gorillas, and baboons, researchers rely heavily on observations of juveniles to understand social structure. Their high-pitched calls, their clumsy movements, their visible dependence on adults, all are beacons of presence. A breeding population of Sasquatch would, by biological necessity, produce offspring every year. Infant and juvenile mortality in wild primates is significant. It is a sad but normal part of population dynamics. Where, then, are the Sasquatch young? In thousands of reported sightings, descriptions of juveniles are vanishingly rare and never accompanied by clear evidence. No one has ever found the small, delicate bones of an infant. No trail camera has captured a family group, an adult with a clinging juvenile. No hunter has heard the distinctive, high-pitched begging calls of a primate infant. This absence is ecologically strange. A population that successfully hides all its adults might still be betrayed by its young. The silence where there should be sound, the emptiness where there should be small footprints and playful chaos, is another gap in the expected biological signature. It suggests a creature that does not follow the reproductive and developmental rules of every other known primate on Earth. To move from general principles to hard numbers, we turn to a standard tool of conservation biology, the population viability analysis. A wildlife biologist sits with a laptop in a quiet room, the glow of the screen illuminating maps of the Cascades. She inputs parameters drawn from known great apes: gestation period, age of first reproduction, number of offspring per birth, interbirth interval, mortality rates for infants, juveniles and adults. The software models, a hypothetical population over 100 years. The first run is optimistic, assuming high survival rates and ample food. The simulated population persists, but it flickers near the threshold of viability, sensitive to any disturbance. Then she adds real-world stressors, a severe winter, a disease outbreak, habitat fragmentation from a new logging road. The population curve dives. Extinction becomes a probable outcome within decades. The model is not reality, but it illustrates the fragility of small, isolated populations of large mammals. The most critical variable she adjusts is not birth or death, but detectability. She adds a simple rule: for the population to be plausible given our real-world observations, the annual probability of a single individual being definitively detected, by camera, carcass or direct encounter, must be extremely low. The software grinds the numbers. To explain 65 years of negative evidence, the creature's detectability must be orders of magnitude lower than that of a bear or cougar. It must be nearly zero. The biologist leans back. The math does not say the creature is impossible. Mathematics rarely deals in absolute impossibilities. What it says is that for the creature to exist, it must possess a suite of traits so exceptional that it defies all comparison to every other large mammal we study. It must be more elusive than a snow leopard in the Himalayas, more secretive than a nocturnal forest elephant, more adept at hiding its dead than any species known to science. The population must not only survive, it must be invisible by design. The conclusion of the viability analysis is therefore not a biological verdict, but an evidential one. The absence of evidence is not proof of absence. But in a context where evidence is expected, where it is routinely gathered for creatures of similar size and habitat, that absence becomes meaningful data. After a century of anecdotal reports and 65 years of focused, modern searching, the material proof remains elusive. No body, no bone, no clear photograph, no DNA sequence that withstands scrutiny. The ecological niche required is vast, but exists. The creature's hypothetical biology is challenging, but not implausible on paper. It is the disconnect between the predicted physical signature of such an animal and the complete lack of that signature in the real world that forms the core of the scientific skepticism. The forest, when examined through the lens of population biology, seems to whisper a difficult truth. It has room for a legend, but it shows no sign of supporting the living, breathing, dying animal that legend demands. This leaves us at a crossroads. If the biological evidence remains perpetually out of reach, yet reports and beliefs persist with undiminished strength, where does the phenomenon live? The answer may lie not in the untouched wilderness, but in the tangled undergrowth of human activity. When a footprint appears, who made the cast? When a video surfaces, who pressed record? The search for a living creature inevitably collides with the reality of human invention. The tools of deception have evolved from carved wooden feet to sophisticated digital effects. The motives have expanded from local pranks to global online fame. The forest mystery is now shadowed by another, more human industry. One that manufactures evidence, monetizes doubt, and constructs its own compelling reality just beyond the edge of the frame. The forest holds many secrets, but not all of them are ancient. Some are freshly made, carved from wood and filmed on smartphones designed to be discovered. The story of Sasquatch is not just a story of what might be out there. It is equally a story of what people have deliberately, and often successfully, put there. This is the shadow history of the search, a parallel track of human invention running alongside the mystery. It is a chronicle of carved feet, frozen carcasses, and digital ghosts, a thriving industry built on our desire to believe. To understand the evidence, we must first understand the noise, and the noise, it turns out, is often manufactured. The hoax is not a rare aberration in the Sasquatch record. It is a consistent, documented feature of the landscape. The story begins, in many ways, with a prank. After the 2002 death of Ray Wallace, his family revealed he had been the source of the 1958 Bluff Creek tracks that sparked the modern Bigfoot era. They produced his carved wooden feet, but that was merely an opening act. The decades that followed became a catalogue of increasingly elaborate deceptions. There was the 2008 Georgia body hoax, where two men claimed to have found a frozen Sasquatch corpse in a block of ice, generating a media frenzy before it was revealed to be a hollow gorilla costume. There was the prolific promoter Tom Biscardi, who in 2005 claimed to have a live Sasquatch in captivity, a story that evaporated upon investigation. Then came the 2014 Montana Bigfoot shooting video, a grainy clip that purported to show a hunter firing at a fleeing hairy figure. It spread like wildfire online, analyzed frame by enthusiasts. It was later confirmed, through clothing identification and a confession, to be a man in a commercially available ghillie suit. And these are merely the headline cases. Beneath them lies a substratum of countless smaller frauds, footprints made with modified boots, hair samples planted from known animals, and since the rise of YouTube in 2008, a relentless tide of costume and video hoaxes. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of these videos are uploaded every year, initially circulating as genuine sightings before being debunked, often by the hoaxers themselves seeking credit. This is not a side note, it is a central theme. The incentive for this deception has transformed radically. In the mid-20th century, a hoaxer might hope for local notoriety or a newspaper headline. Today, the calculus is digital and financial. A convincing Bigfoot video in 2024 can generate millions of views within days. Those views translate directly into advertising revenue through YouTube's partner program. They drive traffic to merchandise stores selling t-shirts and mugs. They can lead to podcast appearances, book deals, and paid speaking engagements. The financial return on a successful viral hoax now dwarfs anything a Ray Wallace could have imagined. A media economist describes this as the mystery economy, where ambiguity itself is a monetizable asset. The longer a video stays in the realm of the possibly real, the more value it accrues. A forensic video analyst notes the pattern. The most lucrative hoaxes are those just convincing enough to spark debate, but never clear enough to be definitively proven false. This commercial landscape has permanently altered the evidence field, incentivizing production over discovery. Why do people do it? The psychology of hoaxing is as varied as the hoaxes themselves. Researchers categorize the motivations. The first is simple, deliberate fraud for financial gain, the model. The second is attention-seeking behavior, the desire for fame or notoriety within a community. The third is in-group performance. A hunter might fabricate tracks to impress his friends around a campfire, a thrill that comes from fooling an immediate circle. Then there is the more complex category, psychologists term sincere hoaxing. This occurs when an individual begins a deception, but through the process of performing it and witnessing the reaction, begins to partially believe their own creation. The line between hoaxer and believer can blur, the fiction taking on a psychological life of its own. All four of these motivational types are clearly represented in the long history of Sasquatch claims. A single case can contain multiple motives, a tangle of profit, pride, and self-deception. This pervasive culture of hoaxing creates a profound methodological crisis for anyone attempting serious inquiry. It acts as a poison in the well. First, it raises the evidentiary bar to an almost impossible height. Any new piece of evidence, no matter how compelling, enters a field already saturated with known fakes. The burden of proof becomes immense. Second, it inflicts collateral damage on genuine witnesses. A person who has experienced a truly unexplained event now faces a presumption of hoaxing. Their credibility is automatically questioned, their story viewed through the lens of 1,000 previous deceptions. This discourages reporting and silences potentially valuable data. Third, and most critically, it creates a permanent, deafening background noise. For a researcher, distinguishing a genuine signal from this noise becomes a monumental task of filtering and verification. The hoaxer's shadow falls across every cast, every blurry photo, every nighttime sound recording. The technical capability to create this noise has also evolved. In a studio, a forensic video analyst demonstrates the unsettling reality of modern digital hoaxing. He plays a clip on a high-resolution monitor. A dark, hairy figure moves between trees about 50 meters away, filmed on a shaky smartphone. It is ominous, ambiguous, and completely fake. The analyst then explains. He shows how the combination of digital zoom, low-light sensor noise, and the heavy compression used by social media platforms like YouTube erases detail. Fine textures like individual hairs, the seam of a costume, or the glint of a zipper are smeared into indistinguishable pixel blocks. The compression algorithms, designed to save bandwidth, actively aid the deception by destroying the very forensic details that could expose it. The result is that a person in a commercially available suit, filmed at a distance with a phone, can produce footage that is technically indistinguishable from a hypothetical genuine Sasquatch video once it is uploaded and processed by the platform. The tool for documenting mystery has become the perfect tool for fabricating it. This demonstration is deliberately sobering. It means that the vast majority of video evidence circulating online is evidentially worthless from a scientific standpoint. It cannot be verified or falsified. It exists in a digital purgatory of plausible deniability. This reality forces a fundamental shift in approach. If video is so easily corrupted at its source and degraded by its medium, then it cannot be treated as primary evidence. It can only be an anecdote, a starting point for a different kind of investigation, one that must rely on physical, reproducible traces. The hoax industry has not only polluted the data stream, it has effectively nullified an entire category of modern evidence, pushing the search back to the disciplines of ecology, genetics, and forensic fieldwork. The game has changed because the tools for cheating have become democratized, available to anyone with a smartphone and an internet connection. The history of these deceptions is also a history of human psychology playing out against a cultural backdrop. The Bigfoot hoax often mirrors the anxieties and technologies of its time. The 1958 tracks emerged in an era of Cold War secrecy and burgeoning tabloid culture. The frozen body hoax played on the then novel concept of cryogenics. Today's video hoaxes exploit our trust in digital media and our shortened attention spans. Each successful hoax also reveals what the public and the media are primed to accept. They are a barometer of belief, a feedback loop where a craving for evidence creates a market that fraud rushes to fill. This cycle has consequences beyond mere embarrassment. It wastes the time and resources of legitimate researchers. It misdirects public interest. And it ultimately makes the resolution of the core mystery, if there is a biological reality to be found, infinitely more difficult. The sheer volume of fraud necessitates a posture of extreme skepticism, a default assumption that any new claim is likely false until proven otherwise. This is a defensive stance, but a necessary one. It creates a paradox, however. This very skepticism, forged in the fire of countless deceptions, can itself become a barrier. It can cause researchers to dismiss unusual but potentially valid reports out of hand, simply because they sound like previous hoaxes. It can make the scientific community, already wary of fringe topics, even more reluctant to engage. The hoax's legacy, therefore, is a poisoned atmosphere where trust is the first casualty. Rebuilding that trust requires protocols of transparency and verification far beyond what has been typical in the field. It requires a chain of custody for evidence that would satisfy a court, and a willingness to publicly dismiss the overwhelming majority of submitted material as fraudulent or inconclusive. As we stand in this landscape of digital fog and historical trickery, a question forms. If the environment is this contaminated, how does anyone ever discern truth? The answer lies not in chasing the latest viral video, but in understanding the mind of the viewer. The next logical step is to turn the lens inward, to examine not the forest, but the human brain that interprets the shadows within it. Why does a pixelated blob convince us? What cognitive shortcuts make us see a monster in the trees? The industry of deception preys upon specific, predictable vulnerabilities in human perception and belief. To inoculate ourselves against the hoax, we must first understand why it works. This brings us to the fundamental human element in the entire Sasquatch phenomenon. Beyond the footprints and the films, beyond the hoaxes and the hypotheses, lies the witness. Their experience is the raw data, but it is data filtered through the complex machinery of the human mind. What our brains are not passive cameras. They are active interpreters, constantly filling in gaps, recognizing patterns, and making sense of ambiguity. This is not a flaw, it is the essence of human consciousness. But in the dim light of a forest path, this brilliant capacity for pattern recognition can create something from nothing. To evaluate the stories people bring out of the woods, we must first understand the psychology of belief itself. The forest is never silent. It is a place of constant shifting sound and shadow. A branch cracks under the weight of snow. A deer moves through the underbrush. The wind pulls at the canopy, creating a rustle that seems to travel, to follow. In the half-light of dusk, the human mind is an ancient instrument, finely tuned by evolution not for calm reflection, but for survival. It is a pattern-seeking machine, and its primary directive is clear: when in doubt, assume agency. Assume something is there. Because in the deep history of our species, the cost of mistaking a predator for the wind was fatal. The cost of mistaking the wind for a predator was merely a rush of adrenaline, a racing heart. We are the descendants of the nervous, not the oblivious. This foundational wiring is the first and most powerful lens through which any ambiguous experience in the wild is filtered. It is the reason a stump, at the edge of vision, can seem to turn its head. It is the reason a peculiar silhouette against a ridgeline feels like being watched. This is not a failure of perception. It is perception working precisely as designed, scanning a chaotic sensory world for the one pattern that matters most: another living being. This automatic subconscious search for form and intention has a name: pareidolia. We hear voices in static. This tendency to impose meaningful patterns, especially human-like ones, onto random or ambiguous stimuli is a universal human trait. It is the psychological foundation of countless myths and legends, a built-in factory setting that primes us to populate the unknown with figures. In the context of the forest, this instinct is hyper-focused. Our peripheral vision is exceptionally sensitive to movement that suggests an upright posture. Our auditory system picks out rhythmic sounds that could be footsteps from a cacophony of natural noise. The brain does not present these possibilities to us as mere hypotheses, it serves them up as perceptions, as felt realities. The rustle in the trees is something moving with purpose. The dark shape behind the cedar is a large, bipedal form. In that moment of heightened awareness, the cognitive process is not one of rational deduction, but of instantaneous, visceral recognition. The system is optimized to produce false positives because, in evolutionary terms, a false positive is cheap. A false negative could be catastrophic. So we are all, by our very nature, prone to seeing what might be there, especially when what might be there looks vaguely like us, or like something that could do us harm. This innate tendency is powerfully shaped by what we carry into the woods with us. Our expectations act as a filter, coloring raw sensory data before we are even consciously aware of it. Cognitive scientist Dr. Topt, Christopher French of Goldsmiths, University of London, has spent decades studying how belief and context shape anomalous experiences. His work demonstrates that what we expect to see dramatically influences what we do see. An individual who has just read a detailed Bigfoot account, or who is actively searching for evidence, enters the forest with a primed perceptual system. Their brain is, in a sense, preloaded with a template. An ambiguous shadow that might otherwise be dismissed as an odd tree formation now has a potential identity. A distant, muffled sound becomes a possible vocalization. This priming effect is not a mark of gullibility. It is a standard feature of human cognition. Our brains are prediction engines, constantly using past experience and current context to generate a model of the world. When the context includes the idea of a large, hidden primate, the model adjusts accordingly. The brain fills in gaps, connects dots, and presents a coherent narrative that fits the available clues and the prevailing expectation. The witness is not lying. They are experiencing a genuine perceptual event constructed in real time by a mind trying to make sense of uncertainty under conditions of low light, high stress, and powerful narrative suggestion. The moment of perceived contact is often sudden and frightening. It triggers a flood of stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, that hijack the brain's normal processing. This high arousal state has a paradoxical effect on memory. It creates memories that feel exceptionally vivid, detailed, and unshakably real. Witnesses will often say, with absolute conviction, "I will never forget what I saw." And they are right about the feeling. But the neuroscience of eyewitness memory reveals a critical disconnect. The confidence one has in a memory is not a reliable indicator of its accuracy. In fact, high-stress events can impair the encoding of precise details while strengthening the emotional core of the experience. The brain focuses on the central threat, the large, dark, moving figure, while peripheral details become fuzzy or are lost entirely. More importantly, this vividly formed memory is uniquely malleable in the aftermath. Every time the story is recalled, it is not played back like a recording, it is reconstructed. And in that reconstruction, new information can be incorporated unconsciously. A detail from a television show, a phrase from a magazine article, a suggestion from a fellow researcher can become woven into the original memory, feeling just as authentic as the sight of the creature itself. The witness is not fabricating. They are remembering in the only way humans can, with a system that prioritizes narrative coherence over forensic precision. The social dimension of these experiences adds another layer of complexity. Beliefs and reports can spread through communities almost like a virus, a process sociologists call social contagion. Geographic clusters of Bigfoot sightings frequently follow local media coverage of a single report. An area becomes active, and suddenly more people come forward. Online forums and research groups create shared lexicons. Terms like wood knocks, tree structures, or a distinctive sulfur smell become part of the expected narrative of an encounter. When a new witness, already familiar with this community lore, has an ambiguous experience, their brain has a ready-made script to help interpret it. The odd knocking sound they heard becomes a wood knock. The earthy scent of decay becomes the sulfur smell. This does not automatically mean their experience was imaginary. It means the description of the experience has been shaped by a pre-existing cultural narrative. The human mind is a storytelling organ, and we instinctively frame our personal experiences within the stories our community understands. A strange event in the woods becomes comprehensible and shareable when it can be articulated in the common language of the group. This process validates the individual's experience and strengthens the community's shared reality, creating a feedback loop where expectation shapes perception, which then reinforces expectation. It is crucial to distinguish this psychological analysis from a dismissal of the witness. The men and women who have shared their stories for this documentary are not deluded, foolish, or hysterical. They are teachers, truckers, biologists, and rangers. They are individuals whose sophisticated perceptual and cognitive systems operated exactly as human systems are built to operate, under a specific set of challenging conditions. They were in an environment of sensory ambiguity, dappled light, shifting shadows, unexplained noises. They were often in a state of heightened alertness, either from solitude, from prior reading, or from the simple act of being in wild space. And when their pattern detection systems fired, presenting them with the startling possibility of a large, non-human presence, the subsequent neurochemical cascade cemented that perception into a powerful, personal truth. To explain the mechanics of this process is not to say nothing happened. Something very real happened in the mind of the witness. The enduring mystery lies in the trigger. Was the trigger an external, biological entity? Or was it the magnificent, fallible, pattern-seeking human brain, doing its ancient job in a modern forest, weaving a compelling story from shadow, sound, and deep-seated expectation? The answer to that question separates the domains of psychology and zoology. The implications of this psychology extend far beyond individual testimony. It influences how evidence is collected and interpreted. A researcher who expects to find hair samples may be more likely to collect any unusual hair, attributing it to the target species. A person reviewing trail camera footage, hoping for a breakthrough, may see a Sasquatch in a pixelated blur that others see as a bear. This is not fraud, it is the powerful top-down processing of the human brain, where belief guides attention and shapes interpretation. Even the most sincere field investigator must contend with their own built-in cognitive biases. The desire for discovery, the hours of fruitless searching, the camaraderie of a shared quest, all these factors prime the mind to see significance where there might only be randomness. This is why the scientific method, with its emphasis on blinded analysis, controlled protocols, and attempts to disprove one's own hypothesis, was invented. It is a set of tools designed to correct for the very human tendencies that make eyewitness accounts so compelling and yet so problematic. It is a way to separate the signal of the external world from the noise of our own expectations. Consider the profound loneliness that can follow such an experience. A witness is left with a memory that feels more real than a dream, yet lacks the physical proof to validate it to others. They may turn to books, websites, or research groups, seeking not just answers, but also community. In finding that community, they encounter the shared language, the common theories, the collective hope. This social reinforcement can solidify the memory further, providing a framework that makes the inexplicable feel understood. Yet, This same process can subtly alter the memory, aligning it more closely with the group's consensus. The original, raw, and uniquely personal sensory impression becomes a story that fits a known category. This is neither good nor bad, it is simply human. We are social creatures who make sense of our lives through shared narrative. The Bigfoot narrative, in its modern form, provides a powerful container for experiences of awe, fear, and mystery in the natural world. It offers an explanation that, while extraordinary, is often more psychologically satisfying than the alternative, that in a moment of acute stress, in a complex environment, one's own mind generated a profound and lifelike illusion. The work of psychologists like Elizabeth Loftus has shown that memory is not a vault, but a workshop. Each time we recall an event, we rebuild it, and in the rebuilding, we can introduce new materials without ever knowing we've done so. For a Bigfoot witness, the days and weeks after the encounter are a critical period. They might scour the internet for similar stories. They might be interviewed by a researcher who asks, "Did you notice a smell?" Or "Was the head conical?" These questions, asked innocently, can plant seeds. Later, when the witness reconstructs the memory, that smell or that head shape may feel like an original part of the experience. The memory evolves, becoming richer, more detailed, and more aligned with the archetype. The witness's confidence grows because the story now makes even more sense. This phenomenon is not unique to Sasquatch encounters. It is a factor in courtroom misidentifications and historical recollections. It reminds us that memory is not a truth-telling mechanism, but a sense-making one. Its goal is to provide us with a coherent past, not necessarily an accurate one. Therefore, when we evaluate the thousands of eyewitness reports in the BFRO database, we are not simply cataloguing observations of a potential animal. We are also reading a vast, collective document of human perception under duress. We are seeing the output of a cognitive system that excels at finding patterns, guided by cultural stories, and solidified by social exchange. This does not empty the reports of value. Instead, it shifts the frame. The question becomes, what can these consistent reports teach us about how humans experience the unknown? What do the common details, the size, the gait, the elusiveness, reveal about our shared fears and fascinations with the wild? The sheer volume and emotional weight of the testimony point to something real and significant happening. The debate is whether that something is happening out in the forest or within the architecture of the human mind. Perhaps, in a way, it is both. The forest provides the ambiguous canvas. Our evolutionary history provides the instinct to see figures in the gloom. Our culture provides the specific figure to see. And our psychology seamlessly weaves it all into an experience that can alter a life. As we move from the internal landscape of belief to the external world of investigation, we must carry this understanding with us. The witnesses are not the puzzle to be solved, they are the guides who point toward the puzzle. Their experiences, filtered through the remarkable and fallible human psyche, define the phenomenon. The researchers who follow them into the field, whether believers, skeptics, or something in between, must now take up the search. They must design methods robust enough to account for pareidolia, to control for expectation, and to withstand the distortions of memory and social influence. They are tasked with finding evidence that exists independently of the human mind's brilliant, confounding ability to see what it needs, or what it fears, or what it most desperately hopes to find. The search for Sasquatch, therefore, becomes two parallel quests, one for a hidden animal, and the other for a clearer understanding of the hidden processes of our own perception. The next chapter turns to the people who have dedicated their lives to this dual search, to the community of researchers standing in the space between the compelling stories and the elusive proof. The forest holds many things. It holds the known and the catalogued, the bear and the elk, the owl and the pine. It also holds the space between the trees, the shadows that resolve into nothing, the sounds that have no name. For generations, people have walked into that space and returned with stories. And for nearly as long, others have followed them back in, armed not with campfire tales but with notebooks, cameras, and questions. They are the researchers. Their quest is not for a monster, but for an answer. They are mapping the territory of a modern mystery, and in the process, they are mapping the contours of belief, skepticism, and the human need to know. This community is a landscape in itself, varied and often divided. It is not a monolith of belief. It spans academic anatomists who publish in peer-reviewed journals, their reputations on the line with every statement. It includes amateur field investigators who spend their vacations and weekends hiking remote ridges, deploying motion-sensitive cameras, and interviewing witnesses with the diligence of a detective. Organized skeptical groups apply formal debunking methodologies, dissecting each new claim with forensic precision. And then there are the independents, the solo investigators who occupy a genuinely uncertain middle ground. These are often people who had a single, jarring experience they cannot explain, a shape in the trees, a sound in the night, and have dedicated themselves not to proving a point, but to solving a personal puzzle. They are not all searching for the same thing. Some seek a biological entity, others seek to understand the cultural phenomenon. Many are simply trying to quiet a question that has echoed in their mind for years. This is the human ecosystem that has grown around the name Sasquatch, and its internal dynamics are as revealing as any footprint cast. Within the academic sphere, one name stands almost alone. Dr. Jeff Meldrum, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, is the most prominent scientist to treat the Sasquatch question as a legitimate biological hypothesis. His 2006 book, Sasquatch, Legend Meets Science, remains the most rigorous argument for the creature's possible existence, applying comparative primatology and functional morphology to the evidence. For Meldrum, the core of the case is in the footprints. His laboratory houses a collection of over 300 plaster casts, gathered over decades from across the continent. He argues that certain morphological features, particularly the alleged mid-tarsal break, a flexibility in the midfoot seen in other primates but not in the human foot, appear with consistency across casts from different regions and decades. This, to him, suggests an anatomical reality, not a cultural meme. The goal, he says, surrounded by the silent white forms, is not to believe or disbelieve, but to follow the data where it leads, even if that path is unpopular. That path has carried a cost. Meldrum has faced professional skepticism, institutional unease, and public ridicule. He draws a clear line, however, between what constitutes intriguing evidence and what constitutes proof. For him, proof would be unambiguous, reproducible physical evidence, a type specimen, a clear photograph with scale, or DNA sequences that form a coherent, novel genome. Until then, he positions himself as an investigator of an anomalous pattern, a scientist confronted with a persistent signal he feels obligated to study, even without knowing the source. If Meldrum represents the academic wing, the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization represents the grassroots engine of the search. Founded by Matt Moneymaker in 1995, the BFRO has grown into the largest organized amateur research effort, maintaining a massive database of sighting reports and conducting hundreds of field investigations. Their methodology is a blend of citizen science and detective work. They interview witnesses, often traveling to their homes to take statements. They visit sighting locations to look for physical evidence like footprints or broken branches. They conduct overnight expeditions in areas of high activity using thermal imagers and audio recorders. The dedication is real. Countless hours donated, miles hiked, personal funds spent. The BFRO's strength is its scale and its systematic approach to data collection. Its limitation, critics argue, is inherent in its mission. It is an organization founded to find a creature whose existence is presumed by its members. This creates a powerful filter. When every rustle is potentially significant and every ambiguous sound is recorded for analysis, the risk of confirmation bias is structural. This tension was amplified exponentially by television. The BFRO was the core of Animal Planet's Finding Bigfoot, which ran for 11 seasons. The show's format, requiring investigators to find compelling evidence in every episode, created an irresistible narrative pressure. Encounters were dramatized, ambiguous evidence was presented as suggestive, and the line between documentary investigation and reality television spectacle became permanently blurred. The show brought unprecedented attention and new recruits, but it also, according to some within the community, distorted the slow, painstaking, and often fruitless reality of field research. For every researcher in the forest, there is a skeptic at a desk, examining the same evidence through a different lens. Investigators like author and podcaster Brian Dunning represent the formal skeptical position. Dunning's approach is not to mock, but to deconstruct. He applies the principles of burden of proof and parsimony, the simplest explanation that fits all facts. His argument is cumulative. After 65 years of intense public interest and searching, where is the definitive evidence? No body, no fossil, no clear photograph in the age of ubiquitous cameras, no uncontaminated DNA. Every major category of evidence, footprints, film, audio, hair, has, upon rigorous examination, either been debunked, shown to be inconclusive, or attributed to known species. Dunning argues that the consistent failure of all these lines of evidence to produce a verifiable result is itself a powerful result. The most parsimonious explanation, from this viewpoint, is that the phenomenon is a complex cultural and psychological cocktail, not a biological one. It is a mix of misidentification, hoaxing, folklore, and the human mind's talent for pattern recognition in the dark. The skeptical position is often portrayed as dismissive or cynical, but at its best it is a call for intellectual rigor. It asks for evidence that meets the same standard we would apply to the discovery of any other large mammal, a standard that, to date, has not been met. Between the poles of belief and skepticism lies a vast and often lonely territory, the land of unresolved uncertainty. This is where we find researchers like Eleanor Vance. Eleanor began as a true believer after what she describes as a fleeting but visceral encounter in the Washington Cascades 20 years ago. For 15 years, she was a dedicated field investigator, spending every spare moment in the woods, following up on reports, collecting audio, and maintaining meticulous journals. She wanted to prove what she felt she had seen. But over thousands of hours and hundreds of investigated reports, something shifted. She did not find proof. Instead, she found a pattern of human behavior, of honest mistakes, of hoaxes she herself unraveled, and of a handful of incidents that stubbornly resisted any explanation. She opens one of her earliest notebooks, the pages now soft with age. She reads her own enthusiastic entry from 2006, trackway found near the creek. 3 prints, soil perfect. This is it. She then quietly explains how, after a rainstorm the next day, she realized the prints were likely bear tracks, overstepped and melted by water, a common illusion. Eleanor has not become a skeptic. She rejects the label. She has instead arrived at a place of professional humility. I don't know what I saw, she says now, and I've learned that not knowing is an acceptable answer. My job isn't to prove Bigfoot is real. My job is to accurately document what people report and what I find on the ground. Sometimes those things match known biology. Sometimes they match human psychology. And sometimes they just sit there in my notes, a question mark. Her testimony may be the most honest in the entire discourse, a chronicle not of discovery, but of the long, grinding process of inquiry that often leads not to answers, but to better questions. The debate between these factions is often heated, conducted in online forums and conference halls. Yet, at its core, It is a conflict over epistemology, how we know what we know. The believer points to the volume of eyewitness accounts, the consistency of descriptions across decades, and the few enigmatic pieces of physical evidence that have not been conclusively explained away. The skeptic points to the absolute lack of a verifiable specimen, despite an immense search effort, the pervasive history of hoaxing, and the powerful demonstrated capacity of the human mind to err. The independent investigator, caught in the middle, often feels both sides are talking past the raw, unsettling nature of the experience itself. This three-way tension is not a weakness of the search, it is the essential dynamic of any fringe science or anomalous phenomenon. It is the process by which extraordinary claims are stress-tested, not just by critics, but by the slow accumulation of negative or ambiguous data from within the search itself. The community is its own control group. The story of Bigfoot research, then, is less about a hidden primate, and more about the human response to the unknown. It is about the professor risking his reputation to study a biological anomaly he finds compelling. It is about the amateur spending cold nights in the woods, driven by a conviction that feels more like a calling. It is about the skeptic meticulously dismantling a claim, not out of spite, but out of a commitment to scientific integrity. And it is about the investigator like Eleanor, whose journey from certainty to uncertainty represents the most difficult and noble path of all, the willingness to follow the evidence even when it leads away from what you hope to find. These individuals are not characters in a cartoonish monster hunt. They are modern-day equivalents of natural philosophers, grappling with a persistent mystery at the edges of our maps. They remind us that the desire to explore, to categorize, and to understand is a fundamental human impulse, whether the subject is a new species of beetle or a shadow in the trees. The tools of this pursuit have evolved from plaster of Paris and 16mm film to thermal cameras and digital audio analyzers. Yet the central problem remains: how do you find something that may not be there, using methods designed for things that are? For decades, researchers have sought a single piece of irrefutable physical evidence: a body, a clear photo, a bone. That evidence has remained elusive, lost in the noise of hoaxes, misidentifications, and ambiguous data. But in the 21st century, a new tool has emerged, one that does not require a direct encounter, a clear photograph, or even a body. It is a technology that can detect the ghost of an animal's presence long after it has left the scene. It can sift the genetic residue from a handful of soil or a bottle of stream water, searching not for a creature but for its invisible signature. This tool promises a final, definitive test, one that bypasses the frailties of human perception and the cleverness of the hoaxer. It is the science of environmental DNA, and it represents the next, and perhaps last, great hope for turning a mystery into a matter of biology. The promise of eDNA is profound. It is a method that has catalogued rare amphibians in murky ponds and detected invasive species in ship ballast water. It operates on a simple principle: all living things shed genetic material. Skin cells, hair, saliva, feces, this environmental DNA disperses and lingers. For the Sasquatch researcher, the proposition is tantalizing. You no longer need to see the animal, you simply need to go where it has been and take a sample of the earth or water. The methodology seems to finally match the elusiveness of the subject. It is a passive, non-invasive, and exquisitely sensitive way to search for a needle in a haystack. But the application of this elegant tool to the ultimate cryptic species is fraught with its own profound challenges. Without a reference genome for comparison, what does a positive result look like? How do you distinguish the DNA of an unknown North American primate from a database error, a contaminant, or a genetic chimera born of degraded samples? The technology offers a test, but interpreting its results requires navigating a new frontier of uncertainty. It moves the search from the shadowy forest into the sterile, fluorescent-lit world of the sequencing lab, where the mysteries are written in a code of adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. The next chapter enters that laboratory. The forest holds its secrets in more than just shadows and silence. It keeps them in the molecules of water, in the very soil underfoot. For decades, the search for Sasquatch has been a hunt for the singular, the spectacular, a clear photograph, a body, a definitive footprint. But what if the answer was not in one grand piece of evidence, but in a million microscopic ones, scattered everywhere and invisible to the eye? What if the creature, if it is out there, has been leaving a genetic signature all along, a whisper in the stream, a trace on the wind? The test for that whisper now exists. It is a revolution in how. Environmental DNA, or eDNA, is the genetic material that every living thing sheds constantly into its surroundings. It is a biological echo. Skin cells slough off, hair falls, feces and urine deposit millions of genetic fragments. This material lingers in water, settles into soil, and even floats in the air. For most of human history, this cloud of genetic information was utterly imperceptible. But in the last 2 decades, science has learned to listen. The process is deceptively simple. Collect an environmental sample, filter it, and extract all the DNA within. Then, using advanced sequencing, compare every fragment to vast and growing genetic libraries of known life. The result is a near instantaneous inventory of every species that has recently passed through that patch of earth or water. It has transformed wildlife biology, allowing researchers to detect endangered fish in murky rivers, to confirm the presence of elusive mammals without a single camera trap, to map entire ecosystems from a few liters of stream water. It is a silent census of the wild. The application to the Sasquatch question seems, on its surface, to be the perfect solution. It bypasses the need for a blurry photo or a contested footprint. Go to a location with a high frequency of reported sightings, a remote creek bed in the Olympics, a secluded valley in the Cascades. Collect water from where a creature might drink, soil from where it might walk. Sequence everything. If Sasquatch is a biological reality, its DNA should be there, mingled with the bear and the elk and the deer. The logic is impeccable. But in the specific context of a cryptid, a creature with no confirmed physical specimen, the elegant theory meets a thorny practical wall. The central problem is one of identification. Genetic analysis does not work by intuition, it works by comparison. A sequence is run against a reference database. If it finds a match, it identifies the species. If it finds no match, it returns a result flagged as unknown. And an unknown is not a confirmation, it is a question. An unknown sequence could be several things. It could, of course, be a genuinely unknown species. But it could also be a known species whose genome is not yet fully catalogued in the particular database being used, a gap, not a discovery. It could be a degraded or broken fragment of DNA from a common animal, chimeric and unreadable. Or, most commonly in delicate forensic work, it could be contamination, a human skin cell from the researcher's hand, a pet hair on clothing, an airborne particle from a nearby road. Without a reference genome for Sasquatch, a complete genetic blueprint, there is no way to point to an unknown sequence and declare it proof. The technology can tell you something unexpected is there. It cannot tell you what that something is. This creates a paradoxical loop. To confirm a new species with eDNA, you ideally need a physical specimen to build the reference genome. But the entire point of the eDNA search is to find evidence that justifies the hunt for that physical specimen. It is a tool for raising probability, not for delivering final verdicts. For this documentary, we sought to apply this tool with as much rigor as the question demands. We partnered with a team of conservation biologists from a major Pacific Northwest university. Their work typically involves monitoring endangered salmon or surveying for invasive species. They agreed to apply their standard eDNA protocols, the same ones used in peer-reviewed ecological studies, to the Sasquatch hypothesis. The methodology was strict. They selected 3 sites in Washington state, each with a historically high frequency of credible sighting reports. The team used sterilized equipment, collected field blank controls to test for contamination, and maintained a documented chain of custody from the forest to the lab. They collected water and sediment samples from creek crossings and forest pools. The samples were then processed, the DNA extracted and sequenced, and the results compared against comprehensive vertebrate databases. The results were definitive, and in one sense, negative. Every sequence of sufficient quality to analyze returned a match to a known species. The genetic signatures painted a vivid picture of a healthy North American forest: black bear, Roosevelt elk, black-tailed deer, human, domestic dog. Several fish species, like cutthroat trout, were identified from the water samples. There were no unknown primate sequences. No genetic ghosts. It is crucial to state the limitations of this single study: 3 sites, 1 sampling season, a snapshot in time. It does not prove the absence of a creature across the entire Pacific Northwest, but it does provide a data point. In these specific locations, where people have reported encounters for decades, the environment told a story that included every large mammal known to science. It did not tell a story that included an unknown hominid. This outcome illuminates the deeper, more philosophical challenge of the eDNA approach. Let us imagine, for a moment, a different result. Imagine a sequence comes back unknown. It does not match bear, human, or any other primate in the database. The excitement would be palpable, and rightly so. But the scientific pathway from that excitement to confirmation is long and arduous. The next step would be to attempt to recover more of that unknown DNA, to piece together a fuller genome. This would require repeated sampling in the same area, hoping the signal persists. It would require designing specific genetic probes to target that unique sequence. Ultimately, to move from interesting unknown to new species, the scientific community would demand a physical voucher specimen, a hair with a follicle, a piece of tissue, a bone. The eDNA would have raised the stakes, but it would not have closed the case. It transforms the search, but it does not eliminate the fundamental need for corporeal evidence. So where does this leave us? The technology exists. The methodology is proven. What has been missing is not the idea, but the will to execute it at a scale that matches the grandeur of the hypothesis. The most scientifically rigorous test possible today would be a pre-registered, multi-year, multi-site eDNA survey of the primary Sasquatch corridors, the Pacific Northwest from Northern California to British Columbia, and the Appalachian region. It would require systematic sampling across hundreds of locations, repeated across seasons to account for animal movement, analyzed by independent labs using blind protocols, with all data made public. It would be expensive, logistically complex, and require significant academic collaboration. But it is entirely feasible. It has not been done. The reasons are a tapestry of practical and social obstacles. Securing major grant funding for cryptid research is notoriously difficult. Traditional science funding bodies perceive immense professional risk. The stigma attached to the topic keeps many qualified researchers from publicly engaging. The very scale required to truly rule an area in or out is daunting. Yet, if the goal is to move from anecdote to data, from mythology to testable biology, this is the path. eDNA offers a way to search without spectacle, to test the hypothesis without the baggage of hoaxes and hearsay. It is a quiet, technical, and powerful audit of the forest's biological ledger. A negative result from a truly comprehensive survey would not end personal belief, but it would reshape the scientific conversation. A positive signal, a persistent, unexplainable genetic signature, would change everything. It would provide a geographic focus for a new kind of hunt, one guided by molecular clues. Until such a survey is undertaken, the question remains in the realm of the possible, but not the proven. The test is waiting. The forest is full of whispers. We now have the tool to listen. But we must decide to apply it, systematically and without prejudice, to the deepest shadows where the answers might lie. The search for evidence has always been entangled with questions of ethics and ownership. What happens if a signal is found? Who controls that knowledge? And what are the rights of the communities who live in these landscapes, and the witnesses who have long reported encounters? The application of a powerful new tool like eDNA does not exist in a legal or moral vacuum. It forces us to look ahead, to the complex web of jurisdiction, privacy, and cultural respect that would instantly envelop any potential discovery. As we turn from the science of detection to the framework that would contain it, we enter a different kind of wilderness. One governed not by biology, but by law. The forest holds many things. It holds the scent of rain on cedar, the silent watchfulness of ancient trees, the sudden, startling crack of a branch in the distance. And for centuries, it has held a story of something that watches back from the shadows, a figure that walks the boundary between the known world and the realm of legend. But what happens when a story leaves the woods? When it enters the world of human law, of commerce, of rights and responsibilities? The mystery of Sasquatch does not exist in a vacuum. It is entangled in a web of statutes and ordinances, of ethical dilemmas and cultural claims. It has become a subject not just for researchers, but for lawyers, for entrepreneurs, and for communities whose relationship with this being is measured not in plaster casts, but in generations. In the autumn of 1969, the elected officials of Skamania County, Washington, did something unprecedented. They passed an ordinance declaring the area a sanctuary for a creature that officially did not exist. Ordinance 1601 made the willful and wanton slaying of a Sasquatch a gross misdemeanor, punishable by a fine and jail time. The motivation was partly practical, a response to reported shootings in the area, and partly theatrical, a nod to the region's growing notoriety. But the law, however whimsical its inspiration, took on a life of its own. It was never repealed. In 1984, it was strengthened, making the killing a felony. Whatcom County, Washington, followed with its own protective ordinance in 1991. These laws have never been tested in court. No one has ever been charged. Their power is entirely symbolic, a legal fiction acknowledging a cultural fact. They are a line drawn in the soil of the Pacific Northwest, a statement that here, in this place, the unknown holds a certain protected status. Yet symbolism collides with stark reality when we consider a hypothetical that every serious discussion must eventually confront. What if a body were found? The legal scenario that would unfold is not a matter of folklore, but of complex, overlapping jurisdiction. A wildlife law attorney, textbook open, can trace the probable cascade. The carcass would first be a matter of state law. Was it found on state land? Federal law would immediately assert an interest under statutes governing migratory birds and endangered species, which could broadly apply to an unidentified mammal. If the discovery occurred on or near tribal land, the sovereign authority of that nation would be paramount, governed by treaty rights and cultural protocols. The Endangered Species Act could be triggered preemptively, placing the specimen under federal protection before it was even classified. No government agency has a standing protocol for this event. There is no Sasquatch recovery team, no designated repository, no interagency memo of understanding. The resulting confusion would be a legal and bureaucratic morass, a scramble for control over what would instantly become the most significant biological discovery in a century. The attorney notes dryly that the first call would likely not be to a biologist, but to a judge. This legal vacuum exists because the system is designed for known quantities. It has no procedure for a myth made flesh. While the law ponders a hypothetical body, it offers little protection for the living people who claim to have seen one. The ethics of witness representation form the human core of this dilemma. To come forward with a Sasquatch encounter is to invite a specific kind of vulnerability. The social costs are documented and severe. Witnesses report professional ridicule, the loss of credibility among peers, and in some cases, targeted harassment. They can be besieged by overzealous believers demanding repeated tellings and exact coordinates, or mocked by skeptics in public forums. Their character, their sanity, their sobriety become subjects of open debate. The act of sharing a profound personal experience is often transformed into a traumatic public spectacle. This dynamic poisons the well of inquiry. It ensures that the most compelling accounts, from the most credible observers, often remain locked in silence, told only to immediate family or trusted friends, forever absent from the record. For this documentary, a specific protocol was established. Every witness interview was conducted with informed consent. Participants were given the right to review their segments, to withdraw their participation at any time, and to set boundaries on how their story was used. This is not merely a matter of production ethics, it is an epistemological necessity. A witness who feels safe, who is treated with dignity rather than cross-examined, is more likely to provide a precise, unembellished account. The goal is to capture the experience as they remember it, not to force it into a pre-existing narrative of belief or disbelief. This respectful distance is the only way to build a repository of testimony that has any hope of being useful. The commercialization of the Sasquatch narrative introduces another layer of ethical complexity, one that reaches deep into history. The word itself, Sasquatch, is an anglicization of the Holcomelem word, Saskets. Its contemporary use in tourism, on beer labels, on t-shirts and television shows, often proceeds without the consent, attribution, or compensation of the indigenous communities from whom it originated. This is not a trivial issue of branding. For many First Nations, these beings are not potential biological specimens to be discovered and owned. They are part of a living spiritual and cultural landscape, entities that carry specific teachings and require specific protocols. The commercial appropriation of this heritage is a documented harm. Several nations have formally objected to the use of Sasquatch imagery and stories by non-Indigenous businesses. They argue that turning a sacred narrative into a commodity for mass entertainment strips it of meaning and disrespects the cultural sovereignty of the people who have stewarded these stories for millennia. This commercial engine fuels an entire industry, one with tangible physical risks. Bigfoot tourism is a growing sector, offering guided expeditions into the very remote backcountry where sightings are reported. Operators promise adventure, the thrill of the search, but the wilderness is indifferent to our stories. The safety and liability dimensions are serious. Expeditions send often inexperienced clients into rugged terrain, at night, in a state of heightened expectation. The risk of accident or injury is significant. Furthermore, the field is not sterile. It contains hoaxers, pranksters wearing costumes, individuals who deliberately manufacture encounters for the paying customers. This creates a volatile and potentially dangerous environment. The consequences can be tragic. In 2013, on a dark Montana highway, a man wearing a Bigfoot costume as part of a planned prank was struck and killed by a car. The driver was left with unimaginable trauma, believing they had hit a mythical creature, only to discover the terrible, mundane truth. This incident lays bare the ethical bankruptcy of using deception to exploit the legend. It demonstrates how the playful pursuit of a mystery can, in an instant, collide with irreversible reality. Tour operators and media producers have a profound responsibility. When they encourage the public to venture into the wild in search of a creature, they are trading on belief. They must weigh the thrill they sell against the very real potential for physical harm, psychological distress, and the degradation of the wilderness experience itself. The ownership of the Sasquatch mystery is thus fractured. It is claimed by county ordinances written with a wink, by federal statutes never designed to contain it, by indigenous nations asserting cultural sovereignty, by witnesses who hold their painful secrets, and by a tourism industry that packages the unknown for weekend adventurers. There is no central authority, no arbiter to balance these competing claims. The creature, real or not, has become a cultural nexus, a point where our laws, our ethics, our commerce, and our deepest curiosities intersect and often clash. We have built a vast, intricate apparatus around an absence. We have legislated protection for a phantom, commodified a whisper, and demanded proof from those who may have seen it, while often punishing them for speaking aloud. This leaves the central question not of biology, but of human conduct. How do we responsibly engage with a persistent mystery that lives in the space between fact and folklore? The legal frameworks are improvised. The ethical guidelines are often ignored in the rush for spectacle or profit. The cultural rights of indigenous peoples are frequently sidelined. And the witnesses, the human sources of the entire narrative, remain the most exposed and the least protected. To search for Sasquatch is no longer just a walk in the woods. It is an act that touches on law, on ownership, on respect, and on the very real human capacity for both wonder and exploitation. The forest may hold the mystery, but we have built the maze that now surrounds it. As we consider these frameworks of law and ethics, we are inevitably drawn back to the individuals at the heart of the story. The ordinances and the lawsuits, the tourism and the trademarks, all stem from the testimony of people who say they have experienced something extraordinary. For them, the encounter did not end when the figure disappeared into the trees. It entered their lives, altering their sense of reality and, often, their place in their community. The cost of telling that story is a burden each carries alone. It is to that human cost, to the private trauma and the public truth, that we must now turn. For the mystery of Sasquatch is written not only in law books and on marketing brochures, but on the faces of those who claim to have seen it and who have lived with the consequences ever since. The forest holds more than trees. It holds memory. It holds the imprint of moments that refuse to fade, experiences that cling to a person like the scent of damp earth and pine. For some who walk beneath its canopy, the forest delivers not just solitude, but a profound and lasting encounter. An event that splits a life into before and after. The story does not end when the witness walks away. It begins a longer, quieter, and often more difficult journey, the journey of telling. We return first to the three witnesses who began this story: the retired wildlife biologist from Oregon, the long-haul trucker from Ohio, the park ranger from the Smoky Mountains. Months have passed since our initial interviews. Their accounts remain precise, unchanged in detail, but their reflections have deepened. The biologist speaks now of the silence that followed her encounter, a professional silence she imposed upon herself for over 2 decades. She mapped elk, not mysteries. To speak would have been to invite a label that could dismantle a career built on empirical observation. The trucker describes the weight of the thing he cannot name, a presence that occupies a corner of his mind during every lonely mile on a dark highway. The ranger talks about the careful calculus of trust, deciding which colleagues might listen without judgment. Their experiences did not end in the forest. They became private burdens, carried in isolation. We are joined by two new voices. Sarah Jennings spent 28 years with the United States Forest Service in the Pacific Northwest. Her encounter occurred in the autumn of 2003 on a routine patrol along a decommissioned logging road. She reported it once to her direct supervisor. The response was not an investigation. It was a quiet, firm suggestion to write nothing down, to speak of it to no one else. The incident was not to become part of the official record. She understood the unspoken reason. Credibility is a fragile currency in land management. A strange report could cast doubt on every fire assessment, every wildlife survey, every public statement she would ever make. She kept the secret until her retirement. Speaking now, on camera, on that same gravel road, is an act of reclamation. It is also a risk. The social cost of reporting is not theoretical. It is documented in careers altered and reputations shadowed. A wildlife biologist in Colorado, after describing a close-range observation to colleagues on a collaborative grant, found herself quietly removed from the project's field team. Her expertise was suddenly deemed less critical. A police officer in a rural Kentucky county filed a formal report after a nighttime encounter during a welfare check. The report was leaked to a local newspaper. For 2 years, he endured public mockery, jokes at town meetings, cartoons taped to his locker, a constant undercurrent of ridicule that transformed a respected officer into a local curiosity. He never filed another unusual report on any subject. These are not anomalies. A survey conducted by a university sociology department, interviewing over 300 self-identified witnesses, found that approximately 60% had never reported their experience to anyone outside their immediate family. The primary reason, cited by nearly 3/4 of those who stayed silent, was fear of ridicule. The fear is not of laughter itself, but of what that laughter diminishes, their standing as reliable employees, as trustworthy neighbors, as rational people. When an experience falls outside consensus reality, the witness learns a harsh lesson. The story may be yours, but the narrative belongs to everyone else. The cost of telling is often a piece of your own credibility. This is why our approach to these interviews required a specific methodology. Developed in consultation with a clinical psychologist specializing in trauma and anomalous experience, it is a trauma-informed framework. The priority is witness dignity, not evidence extraction. We avoid leading questions that suggest what the witness should have seen. We do not demand they defend their interpretation of events. We offer full editorial review of their segments, allowing them to remove any statement that makes them feel exposed or misrepresented. This is an ethical imperative. It is also an epistemological one. A witness who feels safe, who is not under interrogation, is far more likely to provide an accurate, detailed, and unembellished account. The pressure to conform to a researcher's expectation, to be a good witness for either side of the debate, is removed. What remains is the raw testimony of experience. The fifth witness brings a perspective that transcends the debate. He is an elder of a Pacific Northwest First Nation. He agreed to speak not about Bigfoot, but about what he encountered within the framework of his people's teachings. His interview was conducted on his nation's territory, in his language. He asked that the English translation be provided in subtitles, a deliberate choice to center his voice and his worldview. He describes a meeting near a creek, a presence recognized from stories that are older than the word cryptid. He speaks of protocol, of respect, of a being that belongs to a category of reality where the spiritual and physical are not separate domains. To him, the modern search for a biological specimen is a profound misunderstanding, a reduction of a relational truth to a physical trophy. His segment was not ours to edit unilaterally. It was reviewed and approved by his community's cultural committee before inclusion. This is not just journalistic ethics. It is a necessary boundary. He wants viewers to understand the difference between a living tradition and an industry. The Sasquatch of his teachings is not a missing link to be catalogued. It is a being with its own agency, its own role in the ecological and spiritual balance of the land. The encounter he describes was not a frightening anomaly, but a significant event requiring a specific cultural response. To frame it as a sighting, for a database strips it of its meaning and context. His testimony is a powerful reminder that the same phenomenon can be perceived through entirely different lenses of understanding. One lens seeks to capture and prove, the other seeks to relate and comprehend. They are not looking at the same thing, even if they are looking in the same direction. The trauma of an encounter is often compounded by the aftermath. For the Forest Service employee, it was the institutional silencing. For the police officer, it was the public humiliation. For the elder, it is the cultural appropriation of a sacred narrative into a carnival sideshow. Each witness bears a different kind of cost. The biologist mourns the loss of a purely empirical worldview. The trucker grapples with a solitary knowledge that isolates him from others. The common thread is a fracture in their ordinary reality, a crack through which something immense and inexplicable briefly flashed. The work of integrating that event into a life is deeply personal and often lonely. Our commitment to the trauma-informed method revealed something crucial. When the defensive posture drops, when the witness is not bracing for an argument, the account often becomes more nuanced, not less. The retired biologist will now mention the 30 seconds of utter confusion that preceded her certainty. The trucker admits the possibility, however slim, that his eyes were tricked by an odd shadow, though his gut still tells him otherwise. This complexity is the hallmark of genuine human experience. It is messy, emotionally charged, and resistant to simple categorization. A rehearsed hoax is usually clean. A fabricated story is often too perfect. Real witness testimony is haunted by doubt, by the terrifying possibility that one's own senses have betrayed them. The editorial review process itself became a revealing part of the documentary. Some witnesses asked for small changes, a specific location generalized, a colleague's name removed. Others watched their segments multiple times, not to alter content, but to sit with the vulnerability of seeing their private experience become public record. One witness said, "Seeing it there, it makes it real in a different way. Now it's yours too." This shared responsibility, this contractual trust, forms the ethical backbone of this chapter. We are not mining for sound bites. We are holding space for a story that has weight. This brings us to the final, and most important, point about witness credibility. None of the people you have heard from in this film are presented as liars. Several are presented as people who had genuine, intense, and transformative experiences that the available physical evidence cannot, at present, fully explain. Honoring that experience does not require accepting their interpretation of it. We can believe the witness is telling the truth as they perceive it, without believing that the objective truth matches their perception. This is a subtle but critical distinction. To dismiss them as fools or frauds is to commit an injustice. To automatically endorse their conclusion is to abandon skepticism. The respectful middle path is to listen, to document, and to acknowledge the profound impact of the unexplained on a human life. Consider the weight carried by the Forest Service employee, Sarah Jennings. For years, she managed millions of acres of public land, making decisions based on data, policy, and science. Her encounter existed in a separate compartment, a private file she dared not integrate with her professional identity. The act of speaking now is an attempt to merge those two selves, the rational land manager, and the woman who saw something impossible. She offers no theories. She simply states what happened on that road and what happened after. Her story is a case study in the cognitive dissonance that a witness must manage, sometimes for a lifetime. The police officer's experience underscores how official channels fail the witness. His report was a matter of procedure, a detail in his duty log. Its leak was a betrayal that transformed a private professional note into public fodder. The ridicule he faced was not about the encounter itself, but about his breach of an unspoken social contract. Rational authorities do not see monsters. His credibility, essential to his function, was publicly negotiable. The consequence is a silencing that extends far beyond one man. If an officer cannot file an honest report, what other unusual occurrences go unrecorded? The cost is a loss of data, a wilting of curiosity, and a reinforcement of the taboo. The survey data paints the systemic picture: 60% silence. That number represents a vast reservoir of unreported experiences, a hidden data set that will never be analyzed. The reasons are profoundly human. People protect their social standing, their livelihoods, their peace. This creates a formidable selection bias in the public record. The stories that do surface are often from those with less to lose, or from those embedded in communities where the belief is already normalized. This skewed sample then shapes the entire public perception of the phenomenon. We are not seeing the full spectrum of witness experiences. We are seeing only those brave or desperate enough to speak into the void, often knowing the mockery that will echo back. The trauma-informed methodology is designed to mitigate this bias, if only within the scope of this film. By removing the threat of judgment, we hope to access a more representative sample of testimony. The psychologist who consulted on this approach emphasized that the goal is narrative recovery, not validation. The process helps the witness reconstruct the memory with as little contamination as possible from later suggestions, from popular culture, or from the interviewer's own expectations. It is a careful, slow excavation. The result is not a more sensational story, but often a quieter, more grounded one. The emotional truth of the witness remains central, even as the factual truth remains elusive. The elder's presence recalibrates the entire conversation. He is not a witness. In the forensic sense, he is a participant in a continuing relationship. His account is not offered as evidence for a debate, but as a teaching. He reminds us that for millennia, human communities have lived with stories of other beings in the forest. These stories functioned as maps, as ethics, as explanations of the unknown. The modern search for Bigfoot, with its trail cameras and DNA vials, is a new story layered atop much older ones. His insistence on speaking in his language, on his land, is a reassertion of that original context. It is a boundary that says, you may listen, but you may not own this. You may learn, but you may not exploit. As this chapter draws to a close, we are left with the witnesses themselves, not as pieces of evidence, but as people. They have shared something vulnerable and profound. Their credibility lies in their consistency, their willingness to be questioned, their acknowledgement of the mystery, and the palpable cost their stories have exacted on their lives. To reduce them to mere components in an argument is to miss the human heart of the mystery. The forest gave them an experience. Society then gave them a choice, silence or stigma. Each found their own path through that impossible terrain. The question of what they actually saw remains open. The next chapter will systematically weigh every category of evidence we have examined. It will apply the rigorous rubric established at the outset. It will score footprints, films, sounds, and DNA against the standards of provenance, reproducibility, and falsifiability. That is the necessary work of evaluation. But before we turn to that ledger, we must pause here, with the human cost of the unknown. For every data point in a database, there is a person who lives with the memory. For every blurry frame of film, there is a witness who carries a clear and indelible image in their mind. The evidence may be contested. The experience is not. The journey from the personal shock of an encounter to the public act of testimony is a gauntlet. It is a test of courage, of conviction, and of social resilience. The witnesses in this chapter have run that gauntlet for us. They have mapped the hidden costs of telling. Their stories are the bedrock upon which all speculation, all research, and all debate ultimately rest. Without them, there is only silence and trees. As we move now to coldly score the evidence, we carry with us the weight of their words, the reality of their trauma, and the undeniable truth of their courage. The ledger we are about to open is filled with numbers, probabilities, and assessments. But behind every entry, if you listen closely, you can still hear the human breath, the quickened heartbeat, the rustle of leaves, and the cost of telling. The forest holds its breath. For centuries, the stories have whispered through the pines, carried on the cold wind down from the mountains. They speak of a shadow that moves upright, a presence felt more than seen, a mystery woven into the very fabric of the wild. We have listened, we have searched, we have gathered what we could from the edges of the light. Now, we must bring it all into the open. We must lay every fragment, every photograph, every cast and recording upon a single table, not to dismiss, but to truly see. To weigh what we have against what we claim to know. This is the moment of accounting. This is the evidence ledger. The framework for this judgment was established at the beginning. 5 simple, rigorous criteria. Provenance. Where did the evidence come from, and can we trust its journey to us? Reproducibility. Can the result be created again, under controlled conditions? Independent corroboration. Do multiple, unconnected lines of inquiry point to the same conclusion? Falsifiability. What evidence would prove the claim wrong? And finally, the consideration of alternative explanations. What is the simplest answer that fits all the facts? These are not arbitrary hurdles. They are the bedrock of how we separate signal from noise in a complicated world. We now apply this rubric, systematically, to every category of evidence we have examined. The scorecard is blank. We begin to fill it in. First, the footprints. The plaster casts that started the modern era. For provenance, a handful score moderately well. The Jerry Crew cast from 1958 has a documented origin point, a named witness, a date. The chain of custody for some casts in academic collections, like those of Dr. Jeff Meldrum, is clear. But for every such cast, there are dozens with vague origins, found by unnamed hikers, mailed in without context. The reproducibility test is where the foundation cracks. No controlled, blinded experiment has ever produced a cast from a known, non-human source that displays the complex anatomy claimed, like dermal ridges, and passed forensic scrutiny. Hoaxes have tried, but their products are often crude. The sophisticated ones remain unverified. Then, corroboration. This is the most telling deficit. No single footprint has ever been found in direct, unambiguous association with a confirmed biological specimen. No trackway has led to a body, a nest, a verifiable source. The dermal ridge debate encapsulates the stalemate. Some patterns look compellingly organic under magnification, a labyrinth of whorls and lines. Others see the inevitable artifacts of mud cracking, of plaster curing, of soil mechanics under immense pressure. The question is genuine, and it remains unresolved, a tiny island of uncertainty in a sea of doubt. The moving image. The Patterson-Gimlin film stands alone, a 59-second anomaly that has defied a final verdict for over half a century. Its provenance is surprisingly strong. We know who filmed it, where, and when. The chain of custody for the original film reel is documented. Bob Gimlin's steadfast testimony provides a consistent narrative anchor, but the rubric's other categories are less kind. The film is utterly irreproducible. No one has ever captured comparable footage under verifiable conditions. Its falsifiability is its greatest weakness. The hoax hypothesis, a man in a suit, fits the visual data. The genuine animal hypothesis also fits. No test yet devised can definitively rule one out in favor of the other. The gait analyses, the muscle movements, the proportions, all are argued passionately from both sides, using the same frames to prove opposite points. For modern video evidence, the score plummets. In the age of digital fabrication, high-definition hoaxing, and social media monetization, provenance is nearly impossible to establish. Reproducibility is meaningless when the tools to create the evidence are ubiquitous. A blurry figure in the trees is no longer a mystery, it is a choice of filter and pixelation. The visual evidence ledger shows one historic anomaly, shrouded in perpetual maybe, and a contemporary landscape flooded with noise. Then, the promise of the molecule, hair and tissue, DNA. This category promised a definitive answer, a biological truth that could not be argued. The results have been unambiguous and damning for the biological hypothesis. Provenance fails at the first step. Chain of custody for hair samples is notoriously poor, often collected without controls, stored in plastic bags, contaminated by human handling. The reproducibility, however, is excellent, because every time a sample with sufficient DNA is analyzed in a credentialed lab, it matches a known species. The 2014 study by geneticist Brian Sykes of Oxford University is the gold standard. 36 samples from around the world, from alleged Bigfoot and Yeti, subjected to rigorous peer-reviewed analysis. Everyone matched bear, deer, horse, cow, human. No unknown primates, no genetic ghosts. Our own eDNA pilot study, a snapshot of 3 Washington forests, adds a single, quiet data point to this consensus. The water and soil whispered of bear, of elk, of human and dog. It did not whisper of something new. The molecular ledger is clear. No signature of an unknown primate has been found in the environment, despite the technology now existing to detect it. Sound in the dark. The Sierra Sounds recordings from the early 1970s are genuinely strange. Their provenance is reasonably documented by the campers who made them, but they are not reproducible. No one has recorded the same complex vocalizations since, despite decades of trying. They score poorly on independent corroboration. No visual evidence, no physical sign was ever linked to those specific sounds. The unexplained status is real. The vocalizations do not neatly match known animal databases. But unexplained is a category, not a confirmation. It is a placeholder. It could mean an unknown animal. It could also mean a known animal in extreme distress, a human vocal trick, an audio artifact born of old recording equipment and mountain acoustics. The Ohio Howl and countless other recordings live in this same limbo. They are curiosities, not evidence. And then, the human voice itself, eyewitness testimony. It is the oldest evidence, the most numerous, and the most fragile. It scores poorly on reproducibility and independent corroboration by its very nature. Yet its consistency is its own kind of data point. For over a century, from different cultures, people with no connection to each other have described a similar being in similar places. This does not prove the being exists. It proves the experience, or the perception of the experience, is real and widespread. It is the fuel for the mystery, and the reason we keep looking. We have scored the categories. We must now look at the totality, the complete collection laid bare. The overall finding must be stated plainly, with neither triumph nor despair. No evidence category examined here, not footprints, not film, not DNA, not audio, not testimony, meets the threshold required by science to confirm the existence of an unknown, large, bipedal primate in North America. The burden of proof for such an extraordinary claim is immense, and it has not been met. This is the verdict of the ledger. But a ledger records more than a bottom line. It notes anomalies. It marks outstanding queries. And here, the second finding is equally important. Several evidence categories contain genuine anomalies that have not been satisfactorily explained. The Patterson-Gimlin film, for all its ambiguity, remains a persistent puzzle. The Dermal Ridge debate on a few casts is not settled science. The Sierra Sounds are acoustically odd. The sheer volume and geographic clustering of witness reports demand a psychological or sociological explanation that fully accounts for their persistence. The anomalies are real. They are the cracks in the wall of the known. But a crack is not a door. An anomaly is not proof. It is an invitation to look closer, to ask better questions, to refine the search. The search has been shaped by what we lack. The absence of a body, the absence of clear DNA, the absence of a definitive photograph in the age of cameras, these absences are themselves evidence. They guide us toward the final, crucial understanding. The mystery of Sasquatch is not a simple binary of real versus fake. It is a complex ecosystem of human perception, cultural storytelling, psychological need, and the tantalizing possibility of ecological surprise. The ledger shows we have not found the animal. But it also shows we have found something else, a profound human desire for the wild to hold more than we know, for the map to have edges still ragged and blank. This desire has a momentum all its own. It builds museums, it fuels television shows. It sells t-shirts and draws tourists to small towns in the shadow of ancient mountains. The search for evidence began in the forest, but it has long since been woven into the fabric of our culture, our economy, our entertainment. The ledger is closed on this phase of the investigation. But the story, as a story, is just entering its most prolific and profitable chapter. In the deep woods, a story takes root. It is a story of shadows and sounds, of something ancient watching from the tree line. But when that story leaves the forest, it enters a different ecosystem entirely. It enters the marketplace. It becomes a product, a brand, a destination. This is the journey from whispered encounter to economic engine. The creature in the woods, if it exists, knows nothing of this. It does not know its silhouette is stamped on t-shirts, its name sells beef jerky, its mystery fills hotel rooms in struggling towns. This is the paradox of the modern search. The hunt for evidence is now inextricably woven into a vast cultural machine, a machine that generates its own gravity, its own rules, and its own undeniable reality. That machine is measured in hundreds of millions of dollars annually. This is the Bigfoot economy, a sprawling network of commerce built on a foundation of uncertainty. It thrives not in spite of the unanswered question, but because of it. The economy encompasses everything from cheap plastic toys to high-end expeditions, from self-published books to television production budgets. At its heart are places like Willow Creek, California, a small town nestled in the heart of the Six Rivers National Forest. In the 1950s, this was logging country. Today, it has reinvented itself as the Bigfoot capital of the world. The transformation is visible on every main street corner. The local diner sells Bigfoot burgers. The gift shop's shelves are packed with mugs and magnets. The annual Bigfoot Days festival draws thousands, a weekend where the community fully embraces its chosen identity. The town's museum is not a joke. It is a carefully curated archive of the phenomenon, a physical ledger of casts, clippings, and artifacts. For the residents, this is not about belief or skepticism. it is about survival. The tourists come, they spend, they keep the town alive. The creature, real or not, has become the most reliable employer in the valley. The fuel for this economic engine, the primary driver of its modern expansion, flows from our televisi. For 11 seasons, Animal Planet's Finding Bigfoot dominated the cable landscape. 100 episodes followed a consistent, irresistible formula. A team of investigators would visit a town, interview witnesses, and head into the night woods. And in every single episode they would find something. A strange sound, a broken branch, a fleeting thermal image. The show was a phenomenal success, creating celebrities of its hosts and embedding the search into popular culture. But that format, the need to deliver a payoff every 42 minutes, created a structural pressure that fundamentally distorts the scientific process. A media critic would call it the reality television paradox. The search for evidence becomes subordinate to the need to produce content. The show's co-host, James Bobo Fay, a genuine and respected field researcher with decades of experience, has spoken candidly about this tension. He has described the discomfort of editorial choices that amplified ambiguity into certainty, of moments where the demands of narrative clashed with the slow, often fruitless grind of actual investigation. The show did not invent the Bigfoot economy, but it supercharged it, creating an expectation of constant discovery that the quiet forests could never fulfill. When the television crews pack up and leave, the conversation does not end. It migrates online, forming a digital ecosystem as complex and layered as any physical forest. The online Bigfoot community is a world unto itself, a network of YouTube channels, podcasts, forums, and social media groups that collectively generate millions of views and hours of engagement every month. This community has developed its own distinct culture, with internal hierarchies, celebrated experts, and fiercely debated rules of evidence. Its epistemology is a fascinating contradiction. On one hand, it can be remarkably rigorous. Amateur researchers deploy trail cameras, analyze audio spectrograms, and discuss substrate mechanics for footprint casting with a technical depth that rivals any field biology seminar. They share data, critique each other's methods, and demand high standards of documentation. On the other hand, the social architecture of these communities often rewards the opposite. Sighting reports are the lifeblood, the content that drives engagement. The member who consistently shares dramatic, first-hand accounts gains status and attention. The skeptic who points out prosaic explanations for a blurry video can be marginalized, labeled a debunker or a troll. This creates an internal pressure toward credulity, where the community's social need for new and exciting evidence can outpace its stated commitment to analytical rigor. The relationship with evidence is not just intellectual, it is deeply social. This digital marketplace of ideas has a very real-world counterpart. Beyond the screen, the tourism dimension of the Bigfoot economy carries a genuine, often overlooked, economic justice component. For many rural communities across the Pacific Northwest and Appalachia, the traditional pillars of the economy have crumbled. Logging has been curtailed, mines have closed, commercial fishing faces constant pressure. In this vacuum, Bigfoot has emerged as an unlikely but potent alternative. It requires no extraction, no clear-cutting. It requires only the forest itself and the stories it inspires. Towns like Felton, California, Whitehall, New York, and Point Pleasant, West Virginia have leaned into their cryptid connections, creating festivals, museums, and guided tours. The revenue is not trivial. It pays mortgages, funds schools, and keeps main streets from becoming ghost towns. This creates a profound tension. The economic function of Bigfoot tourism is legitimate and valuable, providing an identity and an income stream for places left behind by broader economic shifts. Yet this very success can complicate the scientific credibility of the search. When a town's financial health becomes linked to the perpetuation of a mystery, the incentive shifts subtly from solving the mystery to sustaining it. The question is no longer purely, is it real, but also, what happens to us if they prove it isn't? To understand how a regional folklore figure became this kind of economic cornerstone, we must look at the evolution of the archetype itself. A media historian traces a clear lineage. The Bigfoot of 1958 was a local monster, a frightening anomaly in a specific California logging canyon. By the 1970s, influenced by the environmental movement and a growing disillusionment with technology, it began to transform. It became the wild man of the woods, a symbol of nature's last secret, a benign guardian of wilderness resisting human encroachment. This was a profound shift. The creature was no longer just a threat. It was a reflection of our own anxieties about what we were losing. The television era of the 2000s and 2010s completed the transformation, turning Bigfoot into a global media property, a character in a recurring drama of search and discovery. This evolution speaks volumes about American culture's relationship with the unknown. We have tamed so much of our continent. We have mapped every inch, logged every valley, built roads to the most remote peaks. The persistent idea of Bigfoot represents a final, stubborn pocket of mystery. It is a story we tell ourselves to believe that wilderness can still hold something beyond our control, beyond our cataloguing. The creature has become a vessel for our collective longing for a frontier that never quite closes. The cultural machine now has its own momentum. It generates conferences where speakers debate hair sample analysis to packed hotel ballrooms. It supports specialty publishers and documentary production companies. It has created a niche within the broader paranormal media landscape, with its own stars, its own controversies, and its own economy of credibility. This machine interacts with the search for evidence in constant, complex ways. A compelling piece of potential evidence, like an intriguing footprint cast, is immediately fed into the machine. It is photographed, shared, analyzed on podcasts, debated in forums, and often commodified. The cast itself might be replicated and sold. The location becomes a destination for expedition tours. The story is packaged into a book or a documentary special. The line between investigation and production becomes increasingly blurred. Researchers must navigate this landscape, aware that their work, however sincere, will become fodder for the very machine that can distort it. They operate within an economy that profits from the question, not necessarily the answer. This system also creates unique folk heroes and entrepreneurs. Individuals like the late Bob Gimlin, who has steadfastly maintained his account for over half a century while largely avoiding commercial exploitation, stand in contrast to a newer generation of media-savvy investigators who have built personal brands and revenue streams directly from their search. There are YouTube channels with subscriber counts in the hundreds of thousands, generating substantial income through advertising and patronage. These creators are not mere hobbyists. They are media producers operating small businesses, and their content decisions are influenced by algorithms and audience retention metrics as much as by field research principles. The Bigfoot economy is thus a spectrum, ranging from the sincere, often struggling town festival vendor to the sophisticated digital content entrepreneur, all orbiting the same central unanswered question. The gravitational pull of this economy inevitably shapes the nature of the evidence presented. In an environment where attention is currency, there is pressure for discoveries to be not just credible, but also dramatic and shareable. A clear, unambiguous photograph is the holy grail, not only for science, but for virality. This pressure can lead to the premature release of ambiguous evidence, the overinterpretation of mundane events, and a constant churn of content that prioritizes novelty over verifiability. The machine hungers for new fuel, and the quiet, meticulous, often unrewarding work of rigorous science struggles to compete with the weekly upload schedule of a popular channel. This creates two parallel tracks of research, one operating within the economy of attention, the other aspiring to the standards of academic science. They sometimes intersect, but often they speak past each other, one focused on community engagement and narrative, the other on testable hypotheses and peer review. Yet, to dismiss the entire ecosystem as mere commercial exploitation is to miss its deeper cultural function. For the thousands of people who participate in online forums, attend conferences, or go on weekend expeditions, the search provides community, purpose, and a connection to the natural world. It is a hobby that combines outdoor adventure with intellectual puzzle solving. It offers a framework for engaging with wilderness that is more immersive than simple hiking. For many, the truth of the creature is almost secondary to the value of the search itself. It gets people into the woods, teaches them about animal behavior, ecology, and track identification. In an increasingly digital and indoor existence, the Bigfoot narrative provides a compelling reason to go outside, to pay attention, to be quiet and listen. This aspect of the culture, the community of seekers, is as real as any economic transaction. As we stand at this intersection of commerce, community, and curiosity, the path forward requires acknowledging the full weight of this cultural machine. The search for a biological entity cannot be isolated from the economic and social structures that now surround it. Any serious proposal for future research must account for this reality. It must find a way to operate with scientific integrity within a landscape saturated with commercial interest and narrative expectation. It must distinguish between the process of discovery and the production of content. The next chapter, then, is not about abandoning the search, but about redefining its terms. It is about proposing a framework that respects the cultural phenomenon while applying the disciplined, transparent, and patient methodology that a genuine scientific mystery demands. The forest holds its secrets close. The marketplace amplifies every whisper. The challenge is to listen for the truth, not just the echo. The forest has always held more than trees. It holds shadows that move with purpose, sounds that carry no name, and a silence that feels like waiting. For over half a century, we have poured our wonder, our fear, and our longing into a single, towering shape within that shadow. We have chased it with cameras and plaster, with DNA sequencers and night vision scopes. We have built economies and identities around its elusive form. But a chase, by its very nature, is circular. It has a start and a finish, but no resolution. Perhaps it is time to stop chasing and to start listening. To stop proving and to start asking with a clarity and a rigor that the deep woods and the deep mystery deserve. What we have witnessed across this journey is not an absence of evidence, but a surplus of interpretation. A footprint is a track in mud, or a masterpiece of deception. A film strip is a historic record, or an enduring enigma. A memory is an unshakable truth, or the complex output of a human mind under stress. To stand before this mountain of contested data and declare a final verdict would be to ignore the landscape itself. The forest does not deal in verdicts, it deals in processes of growth, decay, and perpetual change. So we conclude not with an answer, but with an invitation, a proposal. If the biological Sasquatch hypothesis is to transition from cultural phenomenon to scientific inquiry, it must shed the baggage of the chase and adopt the discipline of discovery. This requires a fundamental shift in framework. No more single, sensational finds. No more evidence presented in isolation, through press conferences or television specials. The proposal is for a research program that meets the exacting standards applied to any other extraordinary claim in modern biology. That means a pre-registered methodology published before a single sample is collected, stating exactly what will be done and how results will be analyzed. It demands independent replication, where different teams in different regions follow the same protocol. It insists on open data, every raw sequence, every camera trap image, every soil sample log made available for public scrutiny. It requires peer review, not from within a closed community, but from the broader fields of primatology, conservation genetics, and wildlife ecology. Most crucially, it needs a falsifiable hypothesis with a defined threshold. What, precisely, would constitute confirmation? And what result would constitute a rejection of the hypothesis? This is not a theoretical exercise. In consultation with the ecologists, geneticists, and field biologists who have contributed their expertise throughout this film, a specific research design emerges. It has two parallel, reinforcing pillars. The first is a multi-year, multi-site environmental DNA survey. It would focus on the high-frequency sighting corridors of the Pacific Northwest and the Appalachians, selecting specific watersheds not for their lore, but for their ecological continuity. Teams would collect water and soil samples seasonally, following strict chain of custody protocols to prevent contamination. These samples would be analyzed by independent, accredited laboratories using the same metagenomic sequencing applied to monitor endangered species. All genetic data would be uploaded to public repositories in real time. The second pillar is a coordinated network of high-resolution, infrared trail cameras, not dozens but hundreds. They would be deployed not randomly, but in grid patterns across these same study areas, secured to trees with tamper-proof seals, and monitored continuously via satellite uplink for data retrieval. Their placement would be statistically determined to maximize coverage of large mammal movement corridors. The images would be reviewed not by a single individual, but through a blinded, crowdsourced platform where experts and volunteers alike could tag potential targets, with a second-tier review by a panel of wildlife biologists. The protocol defines a positive result not as a blurry figure in the distance, but as a clear, unambiguous image of an unknown primate, captured simultaneously by multiple cameras, and correlated with an eDNA sequence that cannot be matched to any known North American species. This proposal is as much about ethics as it is about evidence. Research does not occur in a vacuum. It happens on landscapes that are lived in, managed, and deeply known by indigenous communities. Any program operating in or near indigenous territories must begin not with permits, but with consent. The principle of free, prior, and informed consent is non-negotiable. This means sovereign nations have the right to say no, and that a yes must involve meaningful partnership. Research design must be co-developed, with traditional ecological knowledge guiding where and how to look. Data governance must be shared, with findings returned to communities before any public publication. The goal is not extraction of data or of a creature, but of reciprocal understanding. The researchers who helped craft this proposal have agreed to these principles, recognizing that the mystery of Sasquatch is intertwined with cultural narratives that long predate the name Bigfoot, and which deserve profound respect. A responsible research program must also define what it means to fail. What does a responsible negative result look like? If after 5 years of systematic eDNA sampling across thousands of square miles, no unknown primate sequences are found, only bear, deer, human, elk, that result must be published with the same prominence as a potential discovery. If a network of 500 cameras, operating for tens of thousands of cumulative nights, captures nothing but known fauna, that dataset becomes powerful evidence of absence within the study parameters. It would not prove Sasquatch does not exist anywhere. Absence of evidence is not absolute proof. But it would significantly raise the evidentiary bar. It would shift the burden of proof back onto any future claim, requiring that new evidence be robust enough to overturn a substantial, well-documented negative finding. This is how science corrects itself. This is how wonder evolves. The history of this search is littered with the wreckage of answered questions that were never properly asked. We have asked the forest for a monster, and we have seen shapes in the gloom. We have asked for a legend, and we have built tourist traps. We have asked for certainty, and we have settled for conflict. This proposal asks something different of the woods and of ourselves. It asks for patience, for transparency, for a humility that admits we might be wrong, and an integrity that pursues the truth regardless of where it leads. It is a proposal that treats the subject, whether ultimately flesh or folklore, with the seriousness it has commanded for generations. Consider the alternative. The status quo is a closed loop. An ambiguous video sparks media frenzy, which fuels tourism, which incentivizes more ambiguous videos. Witnesses come forward at great personal cost, only to have their accounts weaponized by believers and mocked by skeptics, neither group offering a path to actual resolution. Researchers operate in silos, their work unreplicated and their data private. This cycle serves the cultural machine. It does not serve the cause of knowledge. It does not serve the witnesses who deserve better than to be pawns in a debate. It does not serve the public, which is left with only two choices: credulous belief or cynical dismissal. There is a vast and fertile ground between those two poles. It is called inquiry. The tools for a new kind of search are now in our hands. Environmental DNA analysis was a fantasy 50 years ago. Today, it is a routine tool for conservationists tracking everything from rare frogs to invasive fish. Camera trap technology has advanced from grainy film to high-definition digital images with instant transmission. The computational power to analyze millions of genetic sequences or image files is accessible. What has been lacking is not technology, but the collective will to apply it systematically, openly, and without preordained conclusion. This proposal is an attempt to muster that will. To channel the immense public fascination with this subject into a citizen-supported, scientifically sound effort that could, once and for all, change the terms of the conversation. Imagine the outcome either way. A positive result, a verified genetic sequence, a definitive image, would be one of the most profound zoological discoveries of the century. It would immediately trigger massive conservation efforts, ethical debates about personhood, and a re-evaluation of every indigenous tradition that spoke of such beings. A negative result, a comprehensive, credible study finding no trace, would be equally profound. It would allow us to finally separate the biological question from the psychological and cultural phenomena. It would free the Sasquatch to be what it may always have been, a powerful, necessary myth, a mirror for our relationship with the wild, a story written not in flesh and blood, but in the dark poetry of the deep woods. Both outcomes are honest. Both are progress. As the light of this long inquiry begins to fade, we return to the forest one final time. Not to a specific creek bed where a film was once shot, or to a roadside where a shape was seen. We return to the forest as an idea, a physical reality of staggering scale and complexity. The North American wilderness is not a static backdrop for our myths. It is a living, breathing entity that is still capable of revelation. In our own lifetimes, remote jungles have yielded new large mammals, the Vu Quang ox in Vietnam in 1992, the Olinguito in the cloud forests of the Andes in 2013. These were not myths waiting to be found. They were animals, unknown to science, living their lives just beyond the edge of our maps. To assume our own continent is exhaustively known is a form of arrogance. The forest is not exhausted. The question, therefore, is not closed. It may never be. But the question deserves better than it has received. It deserves better than the cynical hoax and the credulous headline. It deserves better than the television show that must find evidence every episode and the social media feed that rewards the blurriest video. It deserves the respect of a clear-eyed, patient, and humble search. A search conducted not by individuals seeking personal validation, but by a collaborative community seeking a shared truth. The path forward is clear. It is paved not with plaster, but with protocol. Not with shouts in the dark, but with silent, listening machines and vials of cold, clear water. The mystery has echoed for generations. It is time to design an experiment that can finally hear the source of the sound, whatever and wherever it may be. We end, as we began, in the realm of human experience. We have heard from biologists and trackers, from psychologists and elders, from witnesses who carry a moment with them every day. Their voices are not evidence in a scientific sense, but they are the reason the question persists. It persists because the experience of the wild is fundamentally an experience of the unknown. That encounter changes people. It can instill fear or wonder or a relentless need to understand. This proposal is, in the end, an act of respect for that change. It is a way of honoring the depth of the experience by subjecting it to the brightest light we can muster. It is a promise to take the woods and all that may dwell within them seriously. The story of Sasquatch is a story about edges, the edge of the forest and the clearing, the edge of knowledge and mystery, the edge of human perception and the vast, non-human world. For decades, we have focused on the figure we imagine standing on that edge, looking back at us. Perhaps we have been looking at the wrong thing. The true subject, the enduring mystery, is the edge itself. That liminal space is where the magic and the material world meet. It is where a rustle can be a bear or a legend. It is where a footprint can be a fact or a story. The proposal we leave you with is not an attempt to erase that edge, but to map it with greater fidelity. To walk its length with better tools and with an open mind. The forest awaits, as it always has, not with an answer, but with an invitation to look again and to look better. What comes next is a choice. We can continue the cycle, chasing shadows and defending territories, or we can build something new. A framework sturdy enough to hold the weight of our wonder, and transparent enough to reveal its foundation. This is not the end of the search for Sasquatch. It is a proposal for a better beginning. One that acknowledges the power of the story, respects the integrity of the witnesses, and honors the vast, beautiful, and still wild continent that gives rise to it all. The tracks may fade, the film may degrade, but the question, if asked well, endures. Let us ask it well.